The board members that are present this evening, starting on my left, are
Dustin Pastor,
Brett Feldman,
Gary Brown,
Michael DePapa.
We should be having the other two board members coming in. Thank goodness for the lightning, but they do cause a traffic problem. I will briefly run through the procedures at this time. When your case number is called, the petitioner and or agent should approach the podium at the front of the room. Mr. Sousa will give a brief description of your variance request to the board. When Mr. Sousa is finished, the board will have an opportunity to question staff on that variance request. After that is finished, you will have 10 minutes to present your case. After that time, I will ask if there is anybody in the room that would like to speak to that case. When we are finished with those types of hearing, with the public comment, the board will then ask you questions. You will be given 5 minutes after that for rebuttal if necessary. I will be keeping time during all this proceedings. I ask you that you speak clearly and slowly into the microphone to ensure that an accurate record of the proceeding is taken down. I also ask that you state your name, your address, and whether or not you have been sworn in. Any information such as pictures, plans that have not been previously submitted as part of your petition and you intend to present them at this hearing for consideration in support of your petition must be individually presented and accepted by the board. After acceptance by the board, you must submit the items to the staff to be entered in and made part of the public record as evidence. The board bases its decisions on all competent and substantial evidence which is presented and which meets certain criteria required by the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. The variance granted by the board will only be for what is shown on the site plan and will be in compliance with any terms and conditions stated in the approval by the board. You must have 4 votes for the variance to be approved. If approved, your variance will expire 2 years from today's date. All other city codes will need to be met. In cases of continuance, they will either be continued until March 12th or April 9th?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're unsure of February's agenda right now, but those two would be the excellent ones to.
March 12th, February 9th. Thank you,
sir.
Joel. If you wish to appeal the Variance Review Board's decision to the City Council, you must file a petition for review of the board's decision within 10 business days of the decision. If your variance is granted, you will not be able to pull any permits until after a 10-day appeal period has passed. Before we begin, is there anything that staff would like to bring before us?
Yes, sir. Joel Sousa, Land Development. Your third item on the continued cases on VRB 18115. Staff was told that was a missed notice and will not be heard tonight. So anybody here to hear that on 709 West Plymouth, that's not going to be heard. Also, as I remember, and maybe legal can help me out, we have 14 cases on tonight's agenda. Generally, we have a 13-case rule. Staff recommends that the board opens up the agenda to allow the 14th case.
Do I hear a motion to allow the 14th case?
so moved.
We have a motion duly made and seconded to allow 14 cases to be heard tonight. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. No further business to discuss. We will approve the minutes at our next meeting from our last meeting. Ms. Mora, would you like to address the board on any ex parte communications?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I would ask the members of the board if you've had any ex parte communications regarding any of the matters that are coming before you this evening to please disclose those. If you've had any verbal communications, please disclose the sum and substance of the communication, when and where it occurred, and with whom it occurred. And if you've had any written communications, please disclose the nature of that communication and file it in the record. I see none. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would like to address the audience briefly about the hardship that they must prove before the board this evening in order to get a variance granted.
Proceed, counsel.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to let the members of the audience know that the hardship that you will need to present at the public hearing needs to be with respect to the physical property or with respect to a building or structure on that property. Personal hardships will not justify variances. You will need to point out something in your presentation that is unique or singular about your property or a building or structure thereon. Thank you.
At this time, any persons in this chamber room that is going to give any type of evidence, would you please stand to be sworn in?
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will make a true interpretation to the applicant of all questions? I'm like, that's a new. Okay, let's try this again. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. You may have a seat.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I do appreciate that. And I must remind you, for your variance request to be approved, you will need 4 affirmative votes. As you can see, we are too shy at this time, meaning that there are 2 people that are not here. If you feel that your case is that tight in the decision and you wish to continue it to another date when there are actually 7 people here, 7 board members, I ask that you now come forward and ask for a continuance. Thank you very much. Our first case will be VRB 18-81, 311 West Park Avenue.
Mr. Council, Chairman, we have a technical issue on this television here. Let me see if I can pick it up real quick. It's hacked on our side.
Okay, thank you.
They reset the monitors. It's kind of truncated on our side. Ready?
Yes, sir, please,
VR
thank you.
VRB 1881, property address is 311 West Park Avenue. Applicant name is Michael Shute. Agent's name is Shane O'Neill. Per section 156, the applicant is seeking relief to reduce the rear yard setback from 15 feet to 3 feet with allowed encroachment eaves and gutters to construct a new single-family residence. The vacant parcel is zoned residential RM16, that's residential multifamily. The property appears to have been purchased on or about 2018. The property received a tree consultation in October 2018. The RC had no comments on this project. Let me show you where this is located. Come up a little bit. This is over in the West End area, over here in central Tampa. Park Avenue, Ola, this is the subject parcel. It's all RM16 in the area. Here's some pictures of the property. Board members, I'm taking the place of Miss Anthony. She had to leave on a sick leave, so I'm giving you giving you the information that's fed to me. This is your subject site plan that should be in your staff reports. Front, this is the back rear. Appears to be an alley. Setbacks right here. Here people going for main structure setbacks. Staff noticed they did make a number of, I guess they made a request. 50 to 3. Staff noticed back in August that they made several others. But we believe that asking for the rear will address the height, since they're going for main structure. They were going for, I believe when they first came in, they were going for accessory structure setbacks, but found out if they go for the main structure setback, they could have the height.
Any questions for staff?
Staff has a letter of opposition. On email.
Mr. Souza, just to clarify, the accessory structure setback for RM16 is
3.
3. Okay, thank you.
Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Please come forward.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Mike Scott, the owner and prospective future tenant.
Please state your name, your address, and if you were sworn in or not.
Yes, Michael Scott. My address is
Back to the
100.
podium, please.
Right here?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, get trying to move my mic. 1008 South Moody Avenue, Apartment 5, Tampa 33629. I'm a sworn in.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Sure. So just want to walk you through briefly a few things about what I'm hoping to do in terms of building the new home here. So I purchased the lot in Tampa Heights, and my intent is to build a single-family home there and to do a home that's in keeping as much as possible with the historic nature and architecture of the community and the neighborhood. And so as you'll see in the picture here, that's the home design that I've kept to, and as part of that, having a detached garage is part of that approach, and part of what I've seen to be part of the inherent nature of the form and function of the homes in the community in the area. Just to help support that a little bit, I do have a few pictures, and I can enter all this into the record as well. Just showing some other properties in the immediate vicinity here that keep to this consistent form and function of the architecture in the neighborhood. So here, this is 308 West Amelia, 2-story detached garage, just a few feet off the alley in the back. This one here, 2208 North Highland, same condition, 2-story detached garage, just a few feet off the alley in the back. All very similar architectural styles, even though this is not specifically within the historic overlay district, that it is east of Tampa Street or east of Florida Avenue. You'll see that historic nature of a lot of the homes does carry over into this part of the neighborhood. This one here, another 2-story garage structure at 407 West Francis. A few more here at 205 West Francis. Two here at 207 West Amelia Avenue. And one here at 212 West Park Avenue. So again, I just wanted to show that along with this image here of the home that I've designed, and the main house. Just as some background, sorry, was it? I'm Joel. Joel, sorry. Joel was showing the history of the variance requests. Initially, we had submitted, and there were 3 variances for, in addition to the rear setback, front setback on the main house, as well as a side setback for a porte cochere. We've been able to work through to mitigate those other 2 items and come up with solutions for those, and so leaving only the 1 variance for the rear setback remaining here. And the challenge we've had all along is, as you noticed from the pictures that Joel showed of the property, there's a lot of large trees, and so we've been trying to minimize the amount of trees that we have to impact or take out, and working through with natural resources in that regard. And so we've been able to I guess, solved most of the other issues and have the request in now just for the rear setback on the detached garage, two-story structure.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, is there anybody, excuse me, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this variance request? Any questions for the petitioner?
Would you put that last picture back up, please? Just very briefly, explain why the garage can't move a few feet closer to the main structure.
Sure. It would be an access issue with turning radius.
Is there any issue with the tree as well? And what about turning the garage to allow that vehicle to get in there?
Yeah, would have tried also to do, and through the conversations with natural resources, is avoid any driveway area impacting the 10-foot radii on the tree as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Scott, is the alleyway active?
No,
It's not active.
it is not active.
It's not drivable.
It is physically drivable, but it's not an improved alleyway.
Okay. And is it possible for you to use it? I mean, sometimes the homes may be close enough to the side streets that it's not a long drive down the block. Can you kind of describe that situation for us?
Sure, absolutely. Up until about 2 months ago, it was impassable. There is one house that I'm aware of on the block that uses the alleyway that I guess was grandfathered in and used the alleyway for access prior to it going into disuse. And so he has kept from his house to the end kind of mowed enough to be able to continue to drive his vehicle in, but the rest of the alley was impassable. About a month or two ago, I guess the city came around and for whatever reason noticed everybody that they had to maintain their portions of the alley. And so as of about a week or two ago, I've noticed that you could drive a vehicle through because it was recently cut down and mowed, but that's
Okay.
my understanding of the alley usage.
All right, and then relative to the two-story element of the accessory structure, since you're designing a new home, is there any reason why that space can't be incorporated in the primary home?
Yeah, I mean, it's, I think, important, again, the intent is to keep the home consistent as much as possible with the historic nature of the community, and so I didn't want to build a large, an overly large home that didn't fit from a massing perspective within the neighborhood. On the one hand, on the other hand, I think it's important from the perspective of the type of guests and users that I would have there. Parents, visitors from out of state, and so forth, who may be coming in for a week or so at a time, to have a separated space. And as you'll see from a massing, which was kind of architecturally one of the key drivers, this is a street level view here where you really can't see that additional massing in the rear versus if it was built into the main house. It would obviously encourage from a shadow perspective on the sidewalk and the street.
Okay, is your rendering accurate relative to the trees that are remaining? Because your site plan indicates several trees on the right side of the home are coming out. You're not showing any canopy on the right side.
Correct.
So I'm assuming that's because they're coming out. Are there any other tree canopies that you're concerned about
As far as canopy,
as far as affecting the second story design?
There's a couple in the rear of the property that won't be impacted, that won't be coming out.
Yeah, those appear to be the ones behind the ones that are coming out.
Correct.
So they're far enough away from both the primary structure and the detached accessory structure.
Correct.
Okay, all right, that's all I got.
Any other questions? Mr. Dingfelder?
Just more of a comment. I saw in your correspondence to the city You indicate this might be phased, you're gonna build a house first and then a detached structure later?
So what we've done, we've been somewhat in this process for a little bit of time as we've been learning through it, is the main house and due to the zoning, we're allowed to get the main house structure permitted. And so that permit's been issued as of a few weeks ago. And the garage would be under a separate permit.
I guess I just wanted to caution you that the variance is for a certain set period of time, I can't remember exactly what it is, but.
2 years.
2 years? Yeah.
No, understood. No, the intent is to build them together, assuming that they're able to go forward together.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I do have one. For the purpose that Ms. Mora was alluding to earlier, would you please restate your hardships for this variance request?
Sure. So the primary hardship is to avoid impact or mitigate impacting some of the trees on the property.
Any other hardships?
Well, I'd say the second one is enabling a full functional use of the property after the new construction.
You have rebuttal? You have rebuttal time if you would like.
No, I don't have anything further.
Without objections, I will close the public hearing and open it up for a motion or board discussion.
I'm in support of this, and if there are no other comments or anyone would like to dissuade me from that, I'll make a motion.
I don't mind, please go ahead.
I move that the variance for case VRB 18-81 for property located at 311 West Park Avenue be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing to reduce the rear yard setback from 15 feet to 3 feet with the allowed encroachment of eaves and gutters based on the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at the public hearing of the unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the City Code, specifically that there are a number of trees that the owner and builder are trying to maintain along the side, which impact the location of this garage. Further, the alleyway along the rear makes the impact to the rear property owner significantly lessened, and that the garage of this nature is common in this area.
Motion duly made by Mr. Feldman, second by Mr. Dingfelder. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Congratulations, your variance request is passed. 6-0, excuse me.
Thank you.
Baseball. Can't wait. VRB 1883, located at 1608 East Adele Street.
Getting cold. This is Joel Souza Land Development. Applicant name Miguel Pena. Agent is Charles Kitzmiller. The applicant is seeking relief from section 27-156 to reduce the side yard setback from 7 feet to 4.8 feet to allow for lot splits, which will result in creating a new residential lot. Parcel is zoned residential single-family RS50. The existing single-family dwelling was built on or about 1951. Property was purchased in 2016. Natural Resources recommends the removal of a 38-inch oak and a 52-inch oak, administratively based on conditions and with replacements for Natural Resources. Show you where this is located. This is a little bit north of downtown. This is subject parcel. It's all zoned RS50 in this area. Let's look at the house. I'm sure that thing needs to go. And
Can't save it?
interesting. Let's see. get down and see if I can get close. Okay, here's the setback line, so they can create and develop this lot, house, accessory structure. They're looking for this setback to allow the development of this lot. Yes, this will, if this is a structure, I don't think it is. It looks like a concrete pad, that's no issue. But they're looking for this setback to be able to build on this lot. Look and see if we have any more information for you. That is it.
Any questions for staff?
So it's their intent to keep the existing house?
Yes, sir. So for now,
Okay,
I'm
do you
sure
know,
Mr. Kitzmiller could probably tell you that.
okay, do you know if all three lots were platted as 50-foot lots? I see there's a 149.95 dimension. Were they platted
Looks like
as
they are.
50-foot lots? Okay.
Thank you, Charles. Charles is good.
There you go.
He brought
Alrighty.
he brought the,
We'll let Charles do his
he
thing.
brought the plat. He brought the plat.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Charles Kitzmiller, 14216 Banbury Way, Tampa. I have been sworn.
Thank you.
As you can see, this involves 3 platted lots that were platted in December of 1923. When the house was built in 1951, it was built 4.8 feet from the property line on this end and 5.2 in the back. So when we went to go redevelop the lot on the left of the platted lot, they said, well, you're going to have to get a variance to vest the existing structure in so that you're not creating a non-conforming situation. So that's what we're here for, is to allow for this lot to be a, does this go out?
Yes.
Okay. For the resulting lot, lot 153, to be the correct size for an RS50 lot. And also the other two are back to where they're, again, they conform to RS50. They're not entertaining doing anything else on this side. We're going to keep this structure. Actually, we have a permit applied for an accessory structure as well. But that's what we're here for, is to be able to develop the third lot. And it's in the city. It's, you know, let's do some infill redevelopment. That's what we're here for. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this variance request? Please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Sullivan. My address is 1604 East Idell Street, Tampa, Florida, 33604. I received this notice of variance because the neighbor is over on my property and they were going to put up a fence, but they couldn't because her shed, her man-made shed is on the property. So I don't know anything about these type of things. I've never had to do this, but I do know I need my land. I can barely walk between the two houses. And she's saying that first she told us that she had bought that little piece of property, but she didn't have any paper to document it. And I had my drawing when they told me they were going to put the fence up that I'll always keep this to show my property line. So I don't know, I really don't know what's going on, but I do know I need my property and I need my fence put up.
Mr. Kitzmiller, do you have that platted section? And ma'am, can you show us which your property is?
I'm trying to behind the shed? The shed is on the
I
property.
think it's right here.
Yeah, okay, the shed runs through the property.
And which property is that on the platted that Mr. Kitzmiller put up? Joel, can you help me out on this?
Yeah.
Help us out on this?
Okay. What's going on here is, Mr. Mr. Kitzmiller's trying to develop this property. Carolyn here, her properties slap up against the property line as it
Okay.
exists right now. With the building of this house, she's no longer to have the access across the property lines to go around to the back of her yard anymore.
Joel, are those structures that are on her property that are venturing over into the next door neighbor, are those
sir.
her structures?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Proceed, madam.
Like I said, I never had to do anything like this, so I don't really understand what's going on. I just know that they said that they couldn't put the fence up because her shed that she made, a man-made shed, is over in my property. The stakes are out there showing where my property line is.
Okay.
And she said that she had an agreement that she would use that property and if I would let her keep it. And as I'm thinking about why should I not go along with this, I can't walk between the yards. Then I get this letter saying they're having a variance here and stuff like that, so.
Okay, Ms. Sullivan, I need a little bit more information. Counsel, could you please help us out on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It appears that the properties that are in question are 153, 154, and 155. Ma'am, it appears you have lot 152, and the lot that is encroaching into your property is lot 151. So the property that has sheds encroaching on your property is not the property that's at issue tonight. However, you can report your neighbor to code enforcement and go through the proper channels to address that issue, if
Okay,
that's
so
helpful.
this does not involve my property?
This hearing tonight does not involve your property. It's your neighbor on the other side that is making a request tonight. Not the neighbor that's encroaching on your property, but your neighbor on the other side that's at issue tonight.
Okay, so why was I given a letter?
Everyone within 250 feet of the property that is requesting the variance receives notification. So you receive notification because it is one of your neighbors, it's just not the particular neighbor that you're having an issue with.
Okay, well, let me ask you one more question then, so I can get myself clear. Is that neighbor asking for part of my property on that side as well?
No,
She's
ma'am,
not?
that's
Okay.
not an issue tonight. Okay?
All right, thank you, guys, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Mr. Kitzmiller, is there anybody else in the audience who would like to speak to this variance? Seeing none, board members, any questions for Mr. Kitzmiller? Mr. Dingfelder.
I know it's not necessarily legally germane to the issue that we have to decide, but there seemed to be some confusion between what Joel was saying and the explanation, the subsequent explanation I heard. So I just didn't want her to go away thinking that she could continue to drive over that property because there will, if this board approves this variance, there will be a new house there on lot, what? 153. 153, which apparently is next door to your house. So, and what Joel was saying was that will keep, if assuming that they're gonna put a fence or something like that between their new house and your property, that will keep you from doing whatever we're doing in terms of crossing over onto that lot. I'm not saying we can change that, but I didn't want you to go away thinking that nothing's gonna happen, because they own that property, and they very well might leave here tonight being able to build a new house on it. So, Joel,
Yeah, I just wanted a point of clarification. Legal is right. We have 152, 153, 4, and 5. Let me see if I can get down close. This is Carolyn's fence. That's just brief, that was briefly onto 153. And she was accessing around here. And I believe this is what her issue was. her fence being slightly on the other lot line, across the lot line. So now she can't clearly walk around over here because the fence is about a couple feet inside the other parcel. So if that clears it up.
So
She lives here. This is the subject lot that we're creating, and her fence, by design or matter of time, is now slightly across on the other property line, across her property line. She lives here. Here's the fence.
So legally, they might be able to, or they could ask her to move that fence over.
They surely could. Yes.
Regardless of what happens tonight.
Mr. Kitzmiller?
Yes, sir. I have no rebuttal.
Well, we have questions for
Okay.
you. Go ahead, Mr. Phil.
Mr. Kitzmiller, you put up a picture, one of the last pictures you placed up, showing the lot and the existing house. Could you put that one back up, please?
So this is lot 154, 155,
Okay.
and then 153.
Yes, that's helpful. Okay, talk to me, if you would, please, about the trees that are on lot 153. And are they the trees, are any of them the trees that are coming down as a result of
These two
the
were
request?
recommended to, I'm sorry.
Oh.
These two are recommended to come down, and the one over here on the 52 is actually on the city property, but the tree report says that's, in dangerous condition. We need to take it down as well.
Okay. So I see a cherry laurel and a camphor on lot 153.
Right.
Do those in any way, are those going to impact your building on lot 153?
We've got enough depth in this lot where we can actually sort of plan around it.
Okay.
But cherry laurel's not protected.
All right. So it is, it's in your plans to remove some or all of those trees?
I believe so, these two, yes. Well, and these because it's natural resources.
Okay.
The same.
And there's no other protected trees on that lot?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? If I hear no objection, I will close the public hearing and open up for a motion and/or discussion.
Unless another board member can persuade me otherwise, I'd like to make a motion.
Proceed.
Going to move to approve without conditions VRB 18-83 located at 1608 East Idell Street, to be granted as depicted on the site plan as presented at the public hearing tonight for the side yard setback variance from 7 feet to 4.8 feet with the allowed encroachments of eaves and gutters per section 27-156 in order to construct a new home. Based upon the applicant having presented competent and substantial evidence in the record at the public hearing tonight and the unnecessary hardship and practical difficulty of when considering the 5 hardships criteria set forth, specifically that there's an existing structure on the existing makeup of the property that they intend to keep, and it's basically just vesting that structure on its future property. And if granted, it doesn't really do any substantial, I mean, there will be substantial justice done by considering the granting of this.
We have a motion made by Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. DePapa, to grant the variance for VRB 1883. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Kitzmiller, your variance has been granted. 6 and 1 absent.
Thank you very much.
DePapa, Mr. DePapa. Our next case will be VRB 18-112, located at 701 East Humphrey Street.
Applicant name is Ms. Willie Brown. The applicant is seeking to reduce side yard setback, from 3 feet to 0 feet, front yard from 60 feet to 0 feet, as well as to reduce the building separation from 5 feet to 0 feet to keep a non-permitted carport. The property is zoned RS50, residential single family, and was purchased in 1967. The carport addition was constructed without permits around 2015. The property is currently under violation for work without permits under code enforcement. In order to come into compliance, the applicant will need to receive approval or remove said carport structure. DRC did not have any comments regarding this petition.
Any questions for staff?
This is the location of the property. Up kind of north along 275, Talaferro and Humphreys right here. And here's Nebraska Avenue. That's the carport in question. And this is the survey. This is the structure right here. Staff here, if you have further questions.
Question?
Yes, sir.
So, for argument's sake, is there anywhere on that lot that this could have been legally within the setbacks? I mean-
60, maybe not really.
Maybe not really?
I don't see a place that it could go.
Okay. Thank you.
And fit on the lot.
Joel, would
And
you-
also, I'm sorry, one other thing.
Uh-huh.
Pull that down just a little bit, Joel. Thank you. I can't read it because it's small, but what is the distance from the edge of the carport to the edge of the curb?
Appears to be about 14 and a half feet.
Okay, thank you.
Joel, would you please put up the site map again? Excuse me, the aerial? Ours in our packet is different from that, so if you can keep that handy just in case.
Right,
Please.
we yes, our our aerial person was on vacation for the holidays. They just came through today.
Happy holidays.
Yes, sir.
So if you could just please keep that handy for us in case
Yes,
we
sir.
need it. Ms. Brown?
My name is Willie Brown. I live at 701 East Humphrey Street, Tampa, Florida, 33604.
And you have been sworn in?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, please be sure to address what is unique about the physical property or the structures on the property that necessitates the variance when you give your presentation. Thank you.
You mean like my reason for getting it or what? I mean, I'm not understanding.
Yes, ma'am. The reason that you need the variance as a result of the property having something unique or there
Yeah.
being something unique about the structures on the property. Okay?
Thank you. Okay, my reason for needing the variance, I had the carport put up in October 2014 where, oh God, my mind went blank. I had it put up professionally, Deborah, do you remember the name of the place? It's in my other book, I'll go get it. I'm sorry, but I'm nervous.
Take your time. Don't be nervous.
Yes. Yeah. Here it is. Yeah. Oh, Pope Utility. I had to put up by Pope Utility in October of 2014. My reason for putting it up was because there were a lot of trees around the property, but because of plumbing, and also the city had me move a couple of trees because it got into the drainage, I guess, in the front of the house. So that meant the house was hot, my electric bill was extremely high, and of course when it rained and all this, I couldn't get in and out. And I have allergies and stuff, so I needed something to pull. When I pull up to my house, I could have to get out and right into the direct rain. It cut my electricity bill in half by being able to have that out there, especially since all the trees were gone. I live at a dead end. Across the street from my house is the church. I went there. They have no problems with it. My neighbors have any problem with it. I'm at a dead end. Across the street from me is the city, the holding pond, between me and the interstate. So I didn't know that Pope didn't do everything they were supposed to. And when I got a notice, I couldn't understand what was the problem because I wasn't blocking any views or anything like that. But then when I went in, I talked to Mr. Joel. He explained everything to me. So I'm trying to keep the carport because for the simple reason it gives me, keep me when it's raining and when it's hot. That's where I had my 80th birthday out on my carport because it gives me shade. My house is a east and west house, which is very hot. So I don't really know what else to say except for the fact that I thought I was doing everything right, and I found out that I wasn't.
Does that finish your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this variance request? Seeing none, Mr. Dingfelder, you had a question?
Yes, ma'am. So it looks like, not to get nosy or anything, but it looks like it probably cost you a pretty penny to put it up. I mean, it's a permanent aluminum type of structure.
Yes, it did. I had to save for it. Pope Utility put it in for me.
Right. And there was no discussion between you and Pope Utility about permits or variances or any of that? They just said, we can do this, and they did it?
They said they could do it, and actually after, he has another company that came in and actually, I think it's called Carolina Carport, came in and put it in for him, but they never said anything. I assumed that if, I just assumed since I was getting it done professionally that everything would be on the up and up.
Mm-hmm. Did they pour the concrete also?
It was already, all that, the concrete was already there. We had, it was a patio and a double driveway.
Okay. And the entrance to your house, does the carport extend to cover you so you can get into
Yes, it
the
does.
house?
What happens is the carport is there, but when you come out my back door, the part of the house that hangs, it goes to the, where you can get from there right up underneath the thing to get into the back door.
Mm-hmm. So this is the only logical place to put a carport on the property?
That's what they said, because even when I had, they also put in a utility house for me, and they had to take the fence down to put it in and then put the fence back, because there just isn't a whole lot And then over in the front, it's a huge, there's only one tree left, and it's, but it's on mostly my property and the city. So that's the only tree that's there. So that, because it's big, it blocks from getting into the back, because actually we have an alleyway in the back of the house. My alley part is inside I don't have my neighbors have their fence extended now since they gave the alley back to us.
So you get to these parking spaces through the alley?
No,
No.
you put, no, I pull into the parking space. Yeah, from coming through the back door, excuse me.
Okay. All right, no, nothing else. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a couple questions. Is this carport attached to the house?
No, it's right up to the house, but it's by itself.
Do you know how it's anchored to the ground?
They have it bolted.
Okay, so is there a concrete running underneath
Yeah,
the leggings, the legs, or the post for the concrete?
And the what's the name things too.
Okay.
And when the last hurricane we had come through, it knocked some limbs out of the big tree in the front, but it did no damage to the carport.
It has been explained to you that if this variance is granted, you're still going to have to pay double permitting and make sure that it's done to code, correctly?
Yeah, well, I mean, I will, because I don't want it to cause any damage for me either. I mean, I would keep it, you know, if you look, I keep my property up. And I try my best to keep everything and do things the way I'm supposed to. And like I said, I was under the impression that everything was done on the up and up.
Do you want to take a couple seconds to give us a rebuttal and finalize what your variance request is?
You mean you want me to stay a little bit?
No, I'd just.
Let me ask you one
Okay,
question.
go ahead.
I'm nervous, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Calm down, calm down.
Mrs. Brown, looking at the site plan, there is another driveway, right, that comes off of Taliaferro? It looks like
Yes,
there's
it
another
is.
driveway.
Yes.
Does that go to what used to be a one-car garage?
Yeah, it used to be a carport.
Or a carport?
Yeah, it
Okay.
used to be a carport back in the, I think it was in the 70s or whenever.
Okay, so, but now you're using that, or did you
Well,
buy the
so
house
it's-
with it already converted into something else other than a carport, or was it a carport when you bought the house?
No, I've been there off and on since '67,
Okay,
and I had it closed, and of course I got permits.
right, okay, all right.
And
So you
I
closed
made
in
that
the
a part of
carport.
the structure to make the house larger.
Right, okay, all right. And you already testified, the front door must be on Taliaferro, the back door's on the other side of the house.
Actually, the house, the address is 701. Address is Humphrey, but because of the type house it was,
Right.
that was the only way back in that
Back
day
then,
that
right,
they could
yeah.
put it. You know,
Right.
was for it to the front part to face Taliaferro.
Right, and it appears that the yard facing Humphreys is deeper than the yard facing the other street. Based on your site plan, it just looks like
Well,
there was more
the
room
biggest-
for the two-car structure, right? That's why it went there in addition to access to the back of the house?
Yes.
Those are questions, I'm sorry.
I'm not. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Brown, would you like to give us a rebuttal to any questions we might have asked you?
Oh,
With,
did you want me to show? You say you wanted me to show you some pictures?
no, ma'am, no,
Oh.
ma'am. Is there anything else that you would like to add?
No, there's nothing else I would like to add except for the fact that I do. Oh, okay.
Leave your
No.
mother alone.
That's my daughter.
Ms. Brown, is there anything else you want to add?
No, that's it. I'm just
Okay,
praying. I am praying that, you know, I don't have to take it down because, yeah, I really do need it.
Without objections, I'll close the public hearing and open it up for a motion and/or discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dingfelder.
Just for discussion purposes, I asked early on to staff, to Joel, where else a carport could go at this point. As Mr. Brown indicated, maybe early on there was another opportunity, for a garage or carport, but that's now been closed in, decades ago. So at this point, based upon where the house is on the lot and the size of the lot and that sort of thing, staff testified that this would be the only logical, or that there is no, well, let me not put words in his mouth, that there is no place that a carport of this size could go legally without a variance. It also looks like it's sort of no harm, no foul. I don't think she testified she had no knowledge that this was illegally done. So therefore, we won't impute that to her. And there's no objection from the neighborhood, and frankly, her neighbor is the interstate, and a church that has no objection. So in light of all that, I'm okay with it, and I believe she could meet the hardship criteria.
Would you like to make a motion, Mr. Dingfelder?
I didn't bring my glasses today, so I'm gonna.
You want to use mine?
Excuse me, Mr. Pastor.
Chairman's gonna hand me his glasses and.
Mr. Pastor.
I just want to say, there's nothing in the code that grants somebody the right to have a carport. If it doesn't fit on the property, it doesn't fit. There's very little that's unique and singular about this property. However, I think the fact that the city removed her trees that were providing shade for the house and for the parking is something that she didn't create, and she was trying to create a remedy to something that the city burdened upon her. I think the property has very little that's unique. The fact that you build a carport, it's not a right. It's just like when you can't fit a pool, you can't fit a pool. It's the same situation. I can support this because of the burden of the trees. I also think that she should really consider any penalty she's paying from the code violation to be charged back to that contractor who owes that money to her for putting her in this situation. And I would also charge them for the cost of this variance review. That's my personal opinion.
And the only other point I was going to make, Mr. Chairman, and I forgot this, was the other statistic about this lot appears that even with this double carport 20 by 20, there's still another 13.3 feet to the edge of curb. So it's not like, sometimes we've seen these carports that really come close to the street and that sort of thing and create a backing out problem and all that, but none of that exists here. But
Any other comments? Mr. Dingfelder, would you like to make a motion?
with your glasses, somebody got a cheat sheet.
It's cooperation.
Okay. I will move that the variance request for case VRB 18-112 for property located at 701 East Humphrey Street be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing to reduce the side yard setback from 3 to 0 feet, the front yard setback from 60 to 0 feet, and the building separation from 5 to 0 feet pursuant to section 27-290. For the purpose of building and keeping an existing detached carport addition, based upon the applicant presenting competent substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship, practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically based upon the reasons that I stated about 5 minutes ago, as well as what Mr. Pastoro has stated as well.
We have a motion duly made by Mr. Dingfelder. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. DePapa. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ms. Brown, your variance request passes 5-1 with 1 absent.
Oh my gosh. I've been going through this a year. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Next variance request is 1905 3614 West North A Street.
Yes, sir. Applicant name is Caesar Caesar. The applicant is seeking to reduce the rear yard setback from 20 feet to 5 feet to keep an existing unpermitted bathroom addition. The property is zoned RS50, residential single family, was purchased on or about 2018. The house was originally built in 1954. The property is currently under violation for work without permits. In order to come into compliance, the applicant either needs to receive approval from the variance or remove the illegal unpermitted structure. A variance was approved in 2017 to reduce a setback from 20 feet to 5 feet to enclose an existing porch. Let me see, DRC had no comments regarding this petition. Let me show you this unique property. This way here. Here are Kylan's sitting near Central South Tampa. Here's Kennedy Boulevard. Del Mabry is off to your west. Sterling. This is the subject property. In fact, I think I remember some of us were here. We did this together back in 17 for an addition in the back. And that's that 20 to 5 was for. You see unique. It's mostly RS50, bunch of commercial on the back side up and down Kennedy. Here's a picture of the house. This is your site plan. Let me pull in. Back in 17, this was the addition that was came in and got the variance. Evidently, they did another addition onto it without permits. And this is what they're here for you here today.
Point out the addition from a couple of years ago.
What now? Yeah, in 2017, they came before this board. A gentleman was, I believe, trying to sell this property.
Right.
And he wanted a little extra room back here. I believe he came in here and did this to the rear yard. That was to 20 to 5 feet. But I believe, and they'll tell us, the petitioner will tell us too, I believe they put on an addition here that was unpermitted onto this addition. So they're back before you again.
So those were two different owners?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kimberly McQuarrie, and I live at 3614 West North A Street. And that solves the mystery of how you pronounce my name. It's McQuarrie, and I'm the owner of the property along with my husband, Cesar. The previous owner of this property did do an addition, and they flipped it. We bought this property in July of 2018. And the property has a master room, and the master room had a bathroom. The bathroom did not have a toilet. Where the toilet was in the master, there was a hookup for a washer and dryer. And if we had left it that way with the washer and dryer, then people would be coming in and out of the master bedroom to be doing their laundry, and it takes away the privacy customarily afforded by the master. And put the bathroom on the addition. And because it didn't increase the original variance of the house, I wasn't aware that was an issue. And the permitting, to be frank, was surprising to me because I was assured that everything we were doing was approved under the previous permit that had been sought by the flipper. So the hardship for us, I guess, would be at this point, obviously, taking it away. There's no toilet in the master. We haven't actually even occupied the master bedroom. We've been sleeping in my daughter's room, and my daughter's been sleeping in her sister's room. Because obviously, as soon as we found out that we were doing something wrong, we stopped and we didn't do anything else to that room. And so now it's just kind of lying fallow.
The moral of the story is never trust the flipper.
In terms of harms, which I believe is another one of the points to be addressed, the house is on a corner, and so we don't have a neighbor on one side. Our neighbors to the back are businesses that face Kennedy, and so basically the part of them that faces us are their dumpsters. And there is a wall around my property that blocks the alleyway, and that wall also separates me from the neighbor that I do have on one side of my house. So my variance, I don't believe, would affect my neighbor because there's a wall between our properties. And as I said, the variance of the bathroom addition doesn't actually increase the variance of the house because the previous addition had already been made. And in keeping with benefits, hopefully in terms of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, I mean, the reason that we moved to that area was because we were part of a plan with Regions Bank, who were granting also mortgages for people who wanted to move into that area and revitalize the area and revitalize the property and make sure that it's kept for mixed use. I don't know if you've seen, but Midtown Tampa is kind of coming up almost right next to us now, and it would be nice if we could preserve the nice residential area that we have for families. So that's my...
Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this variance? Seeing none. Board members, questions? Mr. Dingfelder.
I'm still slightly confused. I do recall the property. I remember it in front of us getting the variance. But did we approve a covered structure back there? Did we approve a porch? Is that your understanding? Have you looked at the file?
I bought the property as it was in July 2018, and I was assured by David, who was the previous owner of this house, that everything was done correctly, property permitted, which is why I also didn't balk when the contractor suggested that we just go ahead and fix the bathroom problem by adding on a real bathroom and making that thing that had been there before just the laundry.
So when you bought it, the roof was there, and you just put a bathroom underneath it? Is that?
It actually adds on to what was already there, so we had to also put a roof over that part of the structure as well.
Okay, so so additional.
Yes, it's an additional roofed structure. That's correct.
And so I hear what you're saying. It makes sense that the master needs a bathroom and that sort of thing, but I guess why is it that you didn't think you needed a variance or permits or anything like that?
So the contractor said that we were covered under the permits that had already been given.
Oh, the contractor told me.
So I thought, oh, that's fine. Let's just fix the problem at once. Because we considered, like I said, oh, well, we'll just live without the toilet. We'll put a, up and down washer dryer in there. It's not great, but and they said, no, we can fix this really easily.
And then you got cited?
Yes.
And then did you contact that contractor?
Yes, obviously.
And are they no response or what?
Oh, we didn't know. Which I guess is better than crickets, but yeah, basically the runaround.
We don't mean to laugh or snicker. We hear this all the time.
It's fine. Like I said, I'm nervous too. I haven't even been in the principal's office in 25 years. So.
Mr. Brown, you got a question?
Could you put the site plan back up? The one I have in my package is pretty faint, Joel, and I just have a technical question.
I have a copy on my phone, but that probably wouldn't be very.
Long site plan. We can do that. Boy, it's very faded.
Yeah, I mean, that's apparently what we have in our package. is
Very
something that's
faded.
Very faded. Can you zoom in on the part that they did?
It's gonna be hard to see, guys.
Well,
Let me get my
slide it
pen.
up. Well, or maybe you can just read the dimensions, because I can't even read them. I think the longer one to the
Holy Moses.
corner of what they built says 14.6, I think. And then the
Yeah, that's
other,
14 from here to here.
yeah, could you slide yours up a little bit for us? There you go. Okay,
it? Hang
so
on.
it's 14.6, that's the furthest point.
From here to
And then-
here.
Correct, and then go to the other corner of what she built. Nope, down, over, right there.
There.
What is that dimension? Looks like 10 something.
Yes, it is.
So why are they requesting a variance of 20 to 5 when in fact what they built is only 20 to 10?
Because here's what happens. This is the front. This is the rear. It runs all the way like this.
No, I get that.
You know.
I get that.
Yeah,
But
okay.
what she built, what they added on is 10 feet away, not 5 feet away.
Correct. But it attaches here. The degree goes in. So if you put, if you drew the 20-foot line like this, this would be an increase into the degree, even though it's on an angle and not as close.
Oh, you're going off of-
The previous site plan didn't have this.
Wait, so the backyard.
Previous site plan that was approved did not have this box.
No,
So
that I
you're-
get. No,
okay,
that I get.
okay.
And what was approved previously is apparently 5 feet to that back property.
Yes, sir, right here.
So if that's 5 feet, what they did's got to be more than 5 feet, doesn't it?
It's further back, yes, it
Yes.
is, but it does decrease, you have
Okay.
more mass in the setback.
More mass.
Mass in the setback.
All right. It probably doesn't matter. I'm just curious why
I know.
it's a request the way it is.
Mr. Feldman.
This is why we always talk about building to the site plan, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because they can't, even though we've got something that goes closer, they can't go and add. We've talked about that before. Oh well, they can't just build a house that goes clean along there. No, because it's to the site plan.
Okay,
So,
so because
she's
it's an
adding to
extension
it.
of it,
They need a
it's-
brand new variance because she added to it. That's what's happening here.
Okay, all right. So
Yeah.
it worked. It worked. You got tagged.
You're it.
I'm glad somebody understood all of that. I was an English major.
Any other questions to the petitioner? No. Would you like a chance for rebuttal? Thank you. If I hear no objection, I will close the hearing, public hearing, and open it for hopefully motion or discussion.
All right, I'll start talking. All right, so I understand it. It took me a minute to, Mr. Brown, to get it. It's previously approved. I don't really recall this, but my guess is that if they had come in and asked for that little extra piece back in the day when it was approved, we probably would have been okay with it. I'm certainly okay with it now. There's a commercial piece of property running along the back. Nobody's going to be complaining. It sure does make sense to me that a house should have a toilet with its master bathroom. So, yeah, I mean, unless washer dryers have new uses that I'm not aware of. So I'm okay with this, and unless anyone else has any objections or comments, I'll make a motion in connection with it. Holler if you do.
I recommend that she contract her contractor and make them pay all these fees that she's gonna have to pay for this.
Mr. Pastor is going to make that recommendation to everybody who's got awful contractors. But it's a good recommendation nonetheless.
Or maybe she could have hired an architect who would have caught all these problems.
Or a good construction lawyer, maybe. Anyone have any other thoughts, or
Any more business plugs?
should I fire away?
Okay.
All right, I move, Mr. Chair, with your approval.
Right, please proceed.
Thank you. I move that variance request for case VRB 19-05 for the property located at 3614 West North 8th Street be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing to reduce the rear yard setback from 20 to 5 feet with the allowed encroachment for eaves and gutters based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at the public hearing, the unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code. Specifically, that the existing structure is already set into the 5 feet, that the applicant purchased this without knowledge that she could not complete the structure, that there is commercial property along the back with a wall, and that the impact upon neighbors is minimal, and this is a extremely odd-shaped lot.
We have a motion made by Mr. Feldman, seconded by Mr. Dingfelder, that the variance request for VRB 1905 be granted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Your variance has been granted.
Thank you very much.
6 is 1 absent.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Me too. Next variance is variance VRB 1906, 3018 West Ballast Point Boulevard.
Applicant name is Fred Henry. The applicant is seeking to reduce the east side yard setback from 7 feet to 3 feet and the rear yard from 20 feet to 15 feet to construct a new single-family home and preserve a grand live oak tree. The property is zoned RS50, residential single-family, was purchased on or about 2018. The property is currently under review for construction of a single-family home. DRC had no comments. Let me show you where this is. This is over in the Ballast Point area of town. This is McDill Avenue, Ballast Point Boulevard. This is the subject lot. Show you some photographs of it. It's pretty nice. Looks like from McDill. And this is the site plan. Let's get a little closer. We're trying to figure out where we are at here. Okay. Front, rear, corner side. So the east side yard from 7 to 3 along here. Rear yard is 20 feet to 15 feet here. Staff, here if you have further questions.
Any questions for staff?
Just one. What's the front yard setback?
In RS50, it's 20 feet.
Thank you.
Mr. Henry, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board, thank you for your time. Thank you, Joel. Yeah, basically what we're doing, excuse me.
Flip it
Excuse
around.
me.
Flip it around.
Pardon me. The
Turn it around.
turn around, thank you. I'll get,
There you go.
oh, perfect.
I'll help you out.
Oh, thank you, Joel. So yeah, took that picture a couple days ago. That's basically the grand tree in the front yard. What's interesting about this tree is its span is quite large. This is a shot of the back of the tree. Oh, perfect. There we go. Looking out towards the Ballast Point. Just want to give that for a reference. Originally, this site plan, I'm sorry. Thank you. Originally, the site plan was actually under the reworking of Chapter 13. This tree could have been removed because of the proximity in the building's footprint. We actually chose to move the house back and retain this tree. Also, adding additional expense of around $20,000 to an alternative foundation. And again, the tree does add to the neighborhood and the character. Obviously, we were going to try and keep this tree. We worked with natural resources of the city and came up with a plan to actually just slide the house to the side and bring it back a little bit. And the good news is, of course, it's street side, which is great. And I'm actually going to put Joel's in the site copy as well. Oh, yeah. And you can see there's a subject tree right there in the front. Oh, thank you, Joel. Subject in the front, our setbacks are, you asked a question about setbacks. We actually have the house at 27 and change off the property line. The interior setback is at 12 3/4. Again, we've got an alternative foundation under that porch area in the front. and again, just to retain the tree. On the side setback with South Puritan Avenue, you're around 20 to 21 feet with the right-of-way, plus the additional 3 feet. So it's on a street side perspective there. The original site plan, I'm going to get a small copy I can show you. Here we go. Not the original site plan that was approved. We could have, like I said, we had the tree was actually right in that front footprint. We are on a 7-foot setback, the proper setbacks you normally would have for this lot, but again, you'd be compromising that tree in the front, so we chose to move back and go over and obviously try and, you know, obtain a variance to retain that tree. And I'm here for any further questions you may have, but I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this variance request? Please come forward.
Good evening, Council. My name is Robert Chateauneuf, 5205 South Puritan Avenue, 33611. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I live just on the other side of where this proposed house is going to go. It's been in my family for 30 years. My sister passed away. I bought the house. Years ago, there was a couple of rundown structures on the other side of the fence. They took them away. I built the house at 3020 West Ballast Point, which in our eyes was a big, huge house. You know, I've been coming to Florida since the 60s with my mom, and we love the look of Florida. There's a whole new look going on, and I understand you take down old, you're not going to put the same thing back. But in conforming with the neighborhood and all the neighbors that I've spoke with in sight of the house are like, how are they going to put this monstrosity there? Well, this was back when they originally went from a variance to take from an R60 to an R50. Well, there was a reason the neighborhood was R60. There was a reason that house was sold with the lot the way it was. Now, last year, I was in Connecticut, unable to come. The variance was passed to an R50. So they put up their proposal to build a house, and all of a sudden now, because they want to maximize their profit, they're going to build this monstrosity of a house, and they want to stick it more up on top of my property, which is, it's kind of an invasion of, you know, any kind of privacy I might have on the other side of my fence. Mr. Giannato's house is already there. There's nothing we could do about that. I just don't understand the need to be building these 3,500 square foot houses and, you know, encroaching the skylines, you know, our views and everything. There's a house directly across the street from Puritan Avenue on Ballast that was built a few years ago, 2-3 years. And they knocked down the small house and they put up a very large house, 3,000 plus. But it's a one-level house. It's a beautiful home. And it looks in conforming with the neighborhood. And again, I just, you know, I had concerns about the tree issues too, because I understand since '72 we've had a grand oak, law. And you know, knowing how big these trees are, they are huge. The one in question that he was talking about preserving, which is a gorgeous tree. And then there's the one that's right on my property line that's actually on 3020's property, but engulfs my property. I got in trouble for cutting some sticks off from it. You know, I mean, the roots from these trees, from my understanding, really go out quite a ways. And with the house that's going to be built there, I mean, and again, when this house was rezoned from R60 to R50, and these trees were there, and they knew the trees were there. And they knew that this house was originally built and with this lot because it wasn't big enough for another house. And, you know, with a couple of changes and a couple of whatever, you know, well, we'll just, that's all right. And the heck with the guy next door. Let's just get a little bit closer and a little bit taller, and we'll be able to increase our profit when we sell this monster of a house. You know, I really don't have much more to say about it, except that that's, you know, I mean, I don't know enough about these laws. I'm from Connecticut, and, you know, my sister, she lived down here pretty near 30 years. But I just, you know, again, last year I called up somebody in the town and expressed my situation about the R60 to an R50, but unfortunately I wasn't unable to come down. So I'm here now, and I just, you know, a lot of my neighbors that I had spoke to and said, hey, there's a meeting tonight. Are you interested in going? So, you know, they told me I was falling on deaf ears. And they said, you know, you're beating a dead horse. And I said, well, giddy up, I'm going. And it's just because I have the right to talk. And I understand, you know, you folks have a job to do also. And if, you know, if there's something that's, oh, well, too bad, it's the way it is. I just came up to tell you my concerns about a large house overlooking the property, a large house engulfing. You know, what I've seen in a lot of these bigger homes is people end up parking on the streets, you know, because they have such a large square footage that you have quite a few people living in there. And then when it comes to parking the two cars in the parking lot, somebody's going to park on the street. You know, so again, I really, you know, don't have a whole lot more to say. You know, I'm not going to badger, you know, domain builders or whoever's building them, or these big beautiful homes that are in Tampa. I just think there's a place for a beautiful home that huge, and then there's, you know, in conforming with the neighborhood. Like I said, the house directly across from Puritan Avenue was done very tastefully.
Where in relationship is your family's house to this house? Next door, across the street, two houses down?
Next door. Literally, I'm 5205 South Puritan. You drive out my driveway, turn left, that's the property. Literally, you know, I'm standing here, the fence is here.
You're the backstore neighbor.
Pardon?
You're the backstore neighbor.
That's what I'd like to know from you too, on the, as far as the zoning variances from the, you know, the 15 to 3 and the 7.
It's their rear yard and it's your side yard.
Okay, so it's 30/20 is the rear. West Ballast Point is the rear yard.
It's their rear yard touches your side yard.
Okay, their rear touches mine, and that's where they want to go from
20 feet to
just to 7
To 15.
to 15.
Oh, to
15.
It's a reduction of 5 feet.
feet.
5 feet closer to you than law typically allows.
Okay. And but well, that being said, that's all. That's all I have is, you know, it's just, the lot was bought with full knowledge. These people build many homes with full knowledge of what the variances are, where they can put a house. And it just seems like manipulation, and you know, we'll see what happens.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Any other questions? I'm sorry, Mr. Brown?
You're from Connecticut.
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, in the town that you're coming from, if you had a grand tree in your yard, would you be allowed to take it down without permission?
Yes, sir.
You would be allowed to take it down without permission?
Yes, sir.
or to trim it if
Oh,
you needed
definitely
to
trim it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, no, I mean, I want to
Yes.
understand that, because one of your concerns is why are these bigger houses being shifted towards other neighbors in order to preserve trees?
Paying attention to what you were saying.
And that is the difference
Yep.
between Tampa and your town in Connecticut.
Yes. Yes, you know.
Okay, no, that's all I've got. I just want to understand
Yeah.
your point of view and where you were coming from.
That's understandable too, and again, it's just this bigger house just getting a little bit closer to my property, and I understand saving the tree, the grand oak, I see it
Now,
everywhere.
you're
and
looking at the aerial, your home sits on a piece of property that is twice the size of the
Oh,
neighbor.
God, yeah, it's big.
Okay.
It's a lot of lawn to mow.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
One last question.
Yes, sir.
What city in Connecticut?
I'm in Rocky Hill. Yeah, just below Hartford.
New Britain. Anybody else in the audience would like to speak about this? Seeing none. Questions for the petitioner?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Henry, looking at your site plan, and I didn't hear staff or you mention transportation. Are they okay with the driveway
Yes, sir. We
coming off of it's off of Ballast, right?
Also, off Ballast Point, we got real creative with it to bring it in the side right here.
Okay,
To the garage.
so you're
And we have a
still meeting
40.41
that required offset from the
Yes,
intersection?
sir. I forgot to point it out. Thanks for mentioning that. And
Okay.
we're at 40 and a half, almost 40 and a half, and we have a 40-foot requirement. And we're doing a paver drive, paver brick. Again, we still have tree roots we're aware of. We actually are removing the one tree, but to save the grand, that was a good compromise with that.
Okay, and I think it was in your testimony that you are saving, in your opinion, about $20,000 by not taking the grant out?
We had to expend on our 20 for the alternative foundation.
Oh, you're spending $20,000 to save the grant?
Right, we actually designed the house, I'm sorry to get very technical here, but that's the alternative foundation. We basically can float this section above the protected root zone as to not impede any damage to the tree. So that's an additional expense for the helicoils, and things are involved to do that properly. And again, in partnership with Natural Resources, they approved that system, to use with trees, and it works really well. And the tree does look fantastic on there. I do appreciate his concerns, but we'd like to not take the tree out if we can avoid it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Feldman.
It's hard to see on this site plan. Can you tell me what the square footage of the proposed home is?
Yes, sir, I can. And it is hard to see in that site plan. Right up here, the footprint's 1838. That's just the footprint. And then that does include a second story. I want to say, which one, over 2,000? About 20, how big is that paragraph? Actually, I'm sorry, I've got that. You know what?
2,500.
Hang on, I've got it right here. Thank you. It is 3313 total, upstairs and downstairs, and that's the plan we're looking at putting in there, the elevation B, more modern, but that's upstairs, downstairs, but the footprint itself is the 1838. The impervious area on the whole site's 47%. We're using brick pavers on that to help that out as well.
Any other questions? Mr. Henry, would you like some rebuttal?
No, I just appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you very much, and hope we can save that tree.
Thank you very much. Without objection, I will close the public hearing and open up for a motion and/or discussion. Mr. Papa.
I'll make a motion if nobody else has any other discussion.
Just a couple of points, I guess. I'll be quick. These are the kinds of designs that we strive to see when we're trying to keep people from removing big trees. So I do want to commend the builder for doing this, and I was a little shocked to hear that they're willing to spend $20,000 for a porch foundation. And also, not convoluted, but not exactly the type of driveway that would be conducive for easy egress and whatnot near the intersection, but someone will be okay with it because I'm sure they'll sell the home if they haven't already sold it. But in order for this to happen, this design to happen, it's going to require that setbacks be reduced. And I'm okay with the rear yard from 20 to 15. I do understand the neighbors' concerns, but I don't think there's going to be a significant damage done or harm done. I'm a little bit concerned about the side yard, especially being a corner lot. and especially being what appears to be a full two-story massing. But I get the fact that you got to deal with canopy, because it's not just the roots on the ground, it's the tree above
Right.
that everybody's wanting us to save.
You're absolutely correct.
So I'm not sure how that's working with the structural limbs and whatnot, but obviously you guys have figured it out, because you wouldn't be standing here tonight showing us pictures of something that you'd have to whack a few limbs off of.
And
You're done.
Oh,
So again, my biggest reservation in this application is the street side yard. It's a pretty significant change. I don't know, I'm not saying that would keep me from voting for it tonight, but it's the kind of thing that I think we as a board need to be sensitive to, especially when there are neighbors that do show up and say, hey, I really don't want this pushed a whole lot closer to me, in order to save the tree that's on the other side of the house. But in this case, it's a front yard tree, and I think that that's very important to the neighborhood overall. So I can support it, I guess.
Okay, Mr. Dingfelder, you had a question or a comment? Excuse me.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit to what Mr. Brown was saying, and frankly applaud this particular property owner and developer for doing this, for being sensitive to a beautiful old grand tree that has many, many years to go. I assume it's a live oak.
yes, sir.
And to actually design around it, and I think that's what council and the city as a whole has been trying to encourage for a long time. I just wanted to respond to the gentleman from Connecticut. When you spoke to the fact that this was rezoned from RS60 to RS50, that would not have been this board. That would have been city council. So, that would have been out of our control. So it's not, I'm not excusing or anything like that, but I'm just saying, because I was thinking to myself, I don't remember that. And then I realized that must have happened fairly recently, probably at city council level. I do feel somewhat for the rear property owner, but it's only an additional 5 feet closer to them. There's still an additional 15 feet. And then on the side, Gary, I think it's significant that it appears that there's at least about 15 or 20 feet to the edge of the curb, looking at the aerial. And I think that's significant too. So, anyway, with all of that, I'm thrilled with the alternative design, and can totally support this petition.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
Right. I move for an approval without conditions that variance request for case VRB 19-06 for property located at 3018 West Malice Point Boulevard be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at public hearing to reduce the rear yard setback 20 feet to 15 feet and the east side yard from 7 foot to 3 foot with allowed encroachments for eaves and gutters to construct a new single-family home. Based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in 27-80 of the city code. Specifically that the setback requests are in order to save the grand live oak tree. The location of the tree is unique to the property and thus determines the location where you can build the home, and that it also is the best option to avoid the tree protection root zone.
Second.
Motion's been made by Mr. DePapa, seconded by Mr. Dingfelder to grant the variance request of VRB 1906. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Henry, it's been granted 6 with 1 absent.
Thank you very much.
Sir, are you going to be taking your glasses back?
Mr. Chairman,
Can you let Mr. Dingfelder use them the rest of the night so we can make motions?
Mr. Chairman, did you want these pictures for the record?
Yes, please. Next variance request is VRB 1909, 3011 West Leroy Street.
Yes. Applicant name is Mark Bentley, The applicant is seeking to reduce the side yard setback from 7 feet to 0 feet to keep a non-permitted carport addition. The property is zoned RS50 residential single family and was constructed on or about 2004. The carport addition was constructed without permits in 2016. The property is currently under a violation of code enforcement for said structure. DRC has reviewed it, has no comments on it. Let me show you where it is. This property is located over near, kind of near the Raymond James Stadium. This is McDill Avenue, heading north. This is Leroy here, and it heads forward that way towards the stadium. Let me show you a picture of the house. The house, the carport addition. Get this down here a little bit for you. This is subject property. This is the carport. Appears to go right up to the property line.
Joel, I'm sorry, when did you say it was built?
The house was originally built in 2004. This was installed in 2016.
Thank you.
Just looking to see if there's anything else we're missing. That's all I can say for now.
I'm sorry, were there any questions for staff? Mr. Bentley.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the VRB. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa 33602, and I have been sworn. I have a very unique situation concerning this property. The property was annexed into the city of Tampa several decades ago, and prior to annexation, it wasn't subject to any zoning regulations, and the house was constructed with an attached carport. So when the property came in, the city enacted zoning regulations in 1956. So the house essentially was the way it is now, and I'll show you. I'll go through some old documentation.
That was the original house, the old house?
Yeah, John, I'll show you. There's been a modification to the roof, and that's why we're here tonight. So, and that's kind of the crux of it. But in 2016, my client, Ms. Zoida Cuevas, there's kind of a language barrier there. But in any event, she hired a contractor to actually demo and remodel her porch and make a transition with some of the shingles from the new porch. And I'll show you some photographs of that. And as part of that, even though it wasn't permitted to make the house look uniform and have a logical transition, which you saw in the photo, he put a small roof truss and shingle over the carport that had been there since 1955. So that's kind of the fundamental reason. So what I'd like to do now, and I think once you see some of this documentation and logically set forth the facts, then hopefully that'll justify Ms. Cuevas' request. As Joel indicated, we're subject to code enforcement at this point in time for illegal construction encroaching into side yard setback, which in this case would be 7 feet. Here's a letter from the city to the client, and it just affirms what I just told you. It says that please establish that the carport was in existence prior to 1956, which is the effective date of the city zoning regulations. So this is pulled from the property appraiser. It's for this particular property, this folio. And what you can see on the second page, it says year built. It says 1955.
Can you zoom out for us?
Out?
Yes.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Contrary to the staff report, that's an error, and I think Joel indicated, and he's just handling this for Tawanda, I understand. but I think the staff report is in error, and it says it was constructed in 2004. So I then made a public records request to make sure when the property was constructed and the extent of the construction. And it's kind of cool, the property appraiser keeps its old field notes. And you can see here, it says year built 1955, and it shows the carport. So here's the code section that we're dealing with. And this is under the nonconformity section of chapter 27. And it says, any structural change in the structure shall not increase the degree of nonconformity. Structural changes which decrease or do not affect the degree of nonconformity shall be permitted. So here's a picture of the house from Google in 2008, prior to the remodel in 2016. And you can see here's the carport. You see all the pitch on the roof right there. This is the building permit. And you can see it says construct front porch and demo existing. Here's the certificate of completion. And then these are the plans attached to the report. And I know you really can't see very well, but I'll kind of put this up here. What it says on these plans, it says this overhang, and it's referencing the carport, to remove, to remain modified as required by new roof. So there was a suggestion that they didn't really know the parameters of the modification of the roof. I'm not saying they got a permit to do this, you know, but and then here's a picture from Google, 2018. I think it's the same one.
Can
Joel
you zoom
showed.
out, please?
Pardon?
Pull it up. Zoom out.
Yeah, they don't teach you this in law school. But here's the house, the way it looks now, subsequent to the remodel. And here's the carport in question. And here's a better picture. It's a front-on view. You can see the carport. Now it has a pitched roof, whereas before it was flat. And it's not detachable. It's not just bolted to the ground. It's actually part of the structure. And here's a property appraiser's map. You can see the subject property located right here, this lot. And what I'm going to show you now is property directly west and contiguous to the subject, the one that's to the east and contiguous, and another one. And this is just a sampling of what it looks like in that neighborhood and the character of that neighborhood. Like I said, most of these homes were constructed before they were annexed into the city, and there weren't any setbacks. So this is the home located directly to the west of the subject property. The subject is right here where I'm pointing. And you can see this home was almost built on the property line. Now let's take a look at the property directly to the east. Here's the subject property in the carport. Here's this property. You can see, I mean, there's virtually no grass or green space. A lot of these homes are like that. And you can see this property owner's carport, which I assume was also constructed prior to the effective date of zoning, comes right up to the property line. Then we'll go one property or two properties east of the subject. And you can see the same situation, is that this home is almost built to the property line. Its carport is almost to the property line. So what the client did, or if it remains, is not out of character at all with the existing condition. It wouldn't set a precedent. And then finally, hopefully you receive this in your packet. If not, I submitted kind of late in the process. but I think it's important. It's a letter in support from the property owner located directly east of and contiguous to the subject. And I won't read it, but basically they say they're in support and that if anybody be adversely affected by the granting of the variance, it would certainly be that property owner. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. And I think a couple things are important, not only like the enhancement of the property value and the appearance and uniformity of the house, is that also the way the pitch of the roof has now been constructed. Apparently there was a drainage issue concerning the flat roof and it would drain to the east on the neighbor's property. Now with the pitch, it drains more to the south directly in the Leroy Street right-of-way. So that's pretty much it. I mean, if you have any questions, I'll attempt to answer them. Thank you.
Could you please file that letter you showed us, the last letter? You are entering that. We have it? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this variance request? Seeing none, board members, do you have any questions? Mr. Feldman.
It's not a question, that's a comment.
Comment, okay.
The three, are you just saying you're vesting an existing nonconformity?
Yeah, here's the problem. The city's code says we don't want to encroach any more than it has been for the last, since 1955.
Yeah, but I think I understand. I just want to make sure. You're just vesting what was already there, just built a new roof on it.
Yeah, what triggered it is when they talk about side yard encroachment, it's also vertical. Yeah. So we went up a couple feet when we put the pitch on the roof, and that's kind of the fundamental reason why I'm here tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Brown.
Mr. Bentley, could you put the one photograph, I think you have one from Google 08 that showed what used to be there?
Yes, sir.
It's the only picture that I saw. And I think it did show a slightly pitching roof to the east neighbor, like you said. Yeah. Could you point to the existing roof that came off? Right there, okay. And what kind of wall is there on the side?
This is concrete block.
It's concrete block. Is that concrete block still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they maybe raised it slightly to level off. It looks like it's higher in the current photo. So there was some work done to that wall as well as the roof, right?
It looks that way. Here's
okay.
Mr. Brown, if it helps, there's a picture of what we got today.
Right. I'm just trying to reference what was there versus what's there now because these pictures are so far away. But it is open on the front and it's open on the back, right?
Yes,
but it's solid on the side.
Correct.
Okay. So there's no portion of the home behind. You can see all the way through to the backyard.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's all I need. Thanks.
Yeah, who's gonna retire first, me or you? You know?
What? Builders never retire.
Mr. Dingfelder.
Mr. Bentley, so I guess the only concern I would have would be the possibility of enclosing the carport, either, and I don't know if it's a huge concern, enclosing it as a garage, enclosing it for living space. I don't know. Maybe the other board members have a similar concern. Have you spoken with your client about that?
No, sir, I haven't.
I mean, are you willing to assert that, or if we impose the condition that said it wouldn't be enclosed, would that be acceptable?
You know, I don't think it would. I mean, but I can't honestly tell you to what extent there's a modification in the back right now, like if it's completely open or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, I guess my issue would just be living space. Is there any intent to enclose for living space?
Yeah. Can I call timeout 1 second? I can ask the client if that's.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
While he's doing that, I want to ask counsel. And I know I ask this question all the time, but if it's currently open at front and back and solid on both sides, and its use as a carport, we don't have to put a condition that it never be enclosed because it's assumed it will remain open because it is a carport. Is that correct?
I don't know that that would necessarily be the interpretation. I think you would need some kind of condition that says that this is only for this use. Now, you could look at the application being only for a carport if it is that limited, and say, you know, we're only granting this for a carport. But you would need some sort of additional language in there to make it clear that it's only for that
Kind of
use.
like what we do with front porch, with porches.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
That if you'd like to impose, the board would like to impose a condition that that portion shall not be utilized as habitable space, that's not a problem for the client.
Mr. Dingfelder, are we asking for non-livable, or are we asking for it not to be enclosed? I know it's
my
hairs, but
my bigger concern would just be, you know, habitable space. I know that neighborhood gets concerned when all of a sudden there's an additional apartment and they start renting it out.
That's
you know.
not a problem.
I know that's not the case.
It
I'm
could
just
be
saying.
storage or something. Why don't we just deem it a carport?
yes.
That's very clear.
You want to say open carport?
Well, if it's got a door on it, then it's a garage, not a carport. So carport is a carport, is a carport.
But,
And I had
That's
one
my
other.
logic.
but we can't impose conditions on use. We can impose conditions on.
Kristen just said we could say that it's a carport.
Would it not be easier to say unenclosed?
Sure. Either way.
That would be a cleaner way of handling it.
That's fine.
The only other question I had, Mr. Bentley, was I was intrigued by the old property appraiser's sheet, but it went by rather quickly.
Okay.
So were you saying that that they actually showed that as part of the drawing?
No. John, what I'm saying is, when I handle these type of cases, a lot of people don't know that they still keep their original field notes over there. So I made a public records request just to ensure or confirm when the house was constructed.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see
You might have to
that they
pull
confirmed
back
it.
a little bit. Here, okay.
Date built 1955. And it's the same person. You can tell by the numbers and the writing that the carport, you see the dimensions, you see his handwriting, you can see he signed on the bottom too.
And this is the 55 page, the 1955 page?
For this property, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Any other questions? Would you like a rebuttal?
No. And I didn't mean anything offensive, Mr. Brown. I'm just saying you and I have been seeing each other for 30 years.
If I hear no objection, I will close the public hearing and open it for motion or discussion.
If there's no discussion, I'll make a motion to approve with conditions.
Okay, Mr.
Unless
Brown?
somebody wants to say something. I'll move for the variance request for case VRB 19-09 located at 3011 West Leroy Street as depicted on the site plan presented to the public hearing for a reduction of the east side yard setback from 7 feet to 0 feet per section 27-156 to keep the existing carport as it's been reconfigured, but with the condition that the carport will never be enclosed, i.e. habitable or air-conditioned space. And that said variance is conditioned it will be granted upon the applicant having presented competent substantial evidence and record at this public hearing of the unnecessary hardship and practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code. Specifically, that the property was built at a time when the current setback zoning regulations were not in effect, and that it's consistent with, the setback is consistent with other homes in the nearby area of the same neighborhood.
Second. Mr. Dingfelder. Motion's been made by Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. Dingfelder, excuse me, to approve VRB 1909. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Mr. Bentley, your variance request has been approved, 6 with 1 missing, 1 absence.
Hey, thank you very much. Have a good evening. Hey, thank you, John.
Missing, absent. The person is just not here. Next case is VRB 19-10, 4003 West Mango Ave.
Applicant name is Kelly McMillan. The applicant is seeking to reduce the front yard setback from 25 to 20 feet to construct a covered carport. The property is zoned RS60, residential single family, was purchased in 2017. The house was built originally in 1957. The property is currently under review for residential and additions and remodeling. Let me see, DRC reviewed it right away, found, I guess, an abandoned easement in the back where there's an existing shed and requests that the shed be moved. Also, transportation requests that at time of permitting, the applicant be able to show the driveway and that two cars can accurately fit on it and not in the right of way. Other than that, they did not have an opinion. I'll show you where this is located. This is down south Tampa near Robinson High School. In fact, Mango takes you there. Dale Mabry, I believe, is off over here a little bit to the east. This is the subject property. Let me back it up a little bit for you so you can see it a little bit better. Again, it's mostly a residential neighborhood all throughout here. This is the existing structure. And here's your site plan. It's hard to see the property lines, but they tend to run like here and here. And this is the 20-foot setback issue here. And these are the other additions that are taking place that are outside, that meet the setback requirements. Staff is here if you have questions.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I'm
Please come
Reginald
to the
Burns.
podium, center of the podium. Thank you.
I'm Reginald Burns here on behalf of the owner. This is actually the owner, Charles McMillian. The owner is an applicant is Kelly McMillian. I'm the contractor for the owner. She's petitioning to have the front setback reduced by 5 feet from 25 to 20. Going over everything, the plans were designed. She needs the additional 5 feet in the front, reduced to for the carport without having to push the addition further into the backyard. The owner has agreed to follow, has agreed to meet all the criteria from transportation and any other stipulations that they may have, widening the driveway for 2 cars. The shed has already been removed from the rear of the property.
Can you state your hardships for this necessity of the setback, changing the setback?
I didn't hear you, sir.
Can you state your hardships for the change in this setbacks?
The hardship is basically to, she doesn't want to move the addition any further into the backyard to take up more backyard space. And with the design of the current floor plan, everything meets and lines up. To push it back would require them to redo the floor plan, as well as she won't have the, she's going to lose that part of the front of the house for the carport.
Thank you. Does that complete your excuse me, thank you.
Other than having just letters of support, the addition as designed, and that what we're proposing to build will also, it'll be in compliance with pretty much everything else in the neighborhood. And the home is right now, it was in pretty bad shape. what she's proposing to do to bring the home up to code will add to the neighborhood and be a nice home for her son.
Have those letters of support been presented prior? You got them? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one more.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this variance request? Seeing none, board members, do you have questions?
I don't have a question, but I did want to point out that something they didn't mention, it looks like from the floor plan here that the existing home protrudes out of the left side, which would be, looks like west on this plan, which probably is the reason that the carport can't slide further back into the property. They didn't say that, but it looks very clear that the home protrudes out. The carport's in front of that protrusion, so just wanted to point that out. Still open, so if they want to respond to that, they certainly can.
Mr. Dingfelder?
I see three large piers, I guess, posts or piers for the carport. Is it gonna be open, including on the front side, I guess? Or
Yes, the carport will remain open.
on all sides?
All sides will remain open.
I mean, I guess three.
All sides, front, sides will remain open.
Okay.
Any further questions? You're getting there, okay.
Question for the contractor, I guess. Just the point that was just brought up about the existing home protruding, that, what is that, like a side entranceway that's being kept?
Yes, the side entranceway, it's gonna line up, it won't be in the, I'm not for sure if it's in the carport or if, I think you're gonna actually enter the home and then enter the side through the existing door. It's gonna have to be moved a little bit, but it would have to be moved much further if we have to push everything back.
Yeah, I mean, from the floor plan that's in the package, to me, this all looks like brand-new construction on the left side of the house. So is that protrusion being removed completely? And therefore, maybe the whole wing could be pushed back? I understand she doesn't want to, and I understood you said it would affect the floor plan. I'm looking at the floor plan, trying to understand how it would negatively affect it if everything were to move back 5 feet to meet the current code. The survey appears that you've got, if I can read it correctly, it appears to say 24 feet on the rear yard, almost 25. It's 24 something. Is that correct? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a little bit of room to move back and still maintain the rear yard setback. So I'm just trying to understand the need to have it where it is versus any shift, any amount of shift further back. Can you answer that?
Well, the way it was designed for the, actually, it was designed for a 20-foot setback in the front.
Okay.
I think the architect, the gentleman that prepared the plans, I don't know if he fully understood that when the survey was presented to him, but it was designed with that in mind and to keep the existing openings where they were, which did not, the 5-foot setback, additional setback was not included. So,
okay. Question for council. A design exception on an RS-60 front yard could go up to what? Or
2.5 feet.
Only 2.5,
right.
So only half of it. Okay, okay, thanks. Okay, well, I think you just answered. That's all I got.
Okay, any other further questions for the petitioner? Would you like time for rebuttal? Do you have anything extra to add?
I don't have anything else to add, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Without objection, I will close the public hearing and open up for a motion or discussion. Do you need glasses, Mr. Dingfelder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is that like passing the gavel? Passing the glasses? Okay. I'll move for approval without, well, actually with condition. Did we ask if he would leave it open? I guess he said his intent was to leave it open. What's your advice, counsel? We reopen for that, or did we get enough information?
I believe that the applicant indicated that the carport would remain open, so I think that that has been agreed to.
Okay. All right, well, I'll move for approval with conditions. I'll move that the variance request for case VRB 19-10 located at 4003 West Mango Avenue, as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing, for the purpose of reducing the front yard setback from 25 feet to 20 feet pursuant to Chapter 27-156. For the purpose of constructing a new carport, be granted with the following condition: that the carport never be enclosed as far as the side and the front are concerned. That said variance as condition be granted based upon the applicant presenting competent substantial evidence in the record in this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the City Code. Specifically, that the structure as it was added to and changed over the years is now very kind of irregular and unusual, and therefore this is the only logical place to put a carport, and in order to have adequate depth for a car, it would need the additional 5 feet as required. And anything else anybody would like to add?
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it, just with one condition, if you don't mind, Mr. Dingfelder, and that is that the positioning of the existing structure and the entryways to the existing structure add to the hardship and the placement of, and the required placement of this carport as it's situated in the design.
Thank you.
Motion has been made by Mr. Dingfelder and seconded and amended by Mr. Feldman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Your motion is, your variance is granted 5-1 with 1 absent.
Thank you.
Next case is VRB 19-12, located at 3903 West Estrella Street.
Applicant name is John Lum. Agent name is Steve Michelini. The applicant is seeking relief in order to reduce the front yard setback from 25 feet to 19 feet to construct an open porch. The property is zoned RS 75, residential single family, was purchased on or about 2017. A residential demolition permit was pulled in 2018. PRC had no comments regarding this petition. Let me show you where it is. This is over in the South Tampa area. This is Neptune, which leads to Dale Mabry, Henderson Boulevard. Here's the subject property, mostly RS 75 in this area. Subject lot by house, the other side.
What's the zoning district?
RS 75. Your staff report might be incorrect. What the request was again.
What's the
Anyway,
standard lot size?
Yep, it looks like it is.
No, what is the standard lot
It says
size?
standard lot size generally in 70, well, required normally for our 75 is 75 feet of frontage, 100 feet depth, 7,500 square feet. Generally, the current regular size for our 75, although we do have smallers because of back in the 1980s, we had the 80% rule. So this probably happened here. I see it looks like it's about 56 wide, about 103 deep. Here's a setback requirement right here, 19 for this here. Now, generally, if they were an RS-50, they could get it by right. RS-60, they could go for a design exception. Because it is RS-75, they're here before you tonight for a variance.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Michelini.
He has a better drawing than I have. Steve Michelini, I have been sworn, and I'm here representing the property owner at 3903 Estrella. As Joel pointed out, this is a legal non-conforming lot. It's only 56 feet wide. Although it's 103 feet deep, it's zoned RS-75, and so we have to meet extraordinary setbacks that would normally not be applied to a lot of this size. It wouldn't even qualify for an RS-60 zoning designation. Joel also mentioned to you that by right, they could have an 8-foot encroachment for a porch in RS-50. By administrative approval, they could have an 8-foot encroachment for a porch in RS-60, and in RS-75, they have to come to the VRB. We are still meeting the front yard setback for the main structure at 25 feet and the 20 feet in the rear and the 7 and 7 on each side. If you'll look at, I'm going to show you some pictures of what's being proposed, but this area here is an open 3-sided porch. The attachment to the building is on the back side near at the entryway, and we're only asking for a 6 feet wide porch covering for the entry. Our lot is 5,768 square feet, whereas a RS-75 district is typically 7,500 square feet. So we are already severely constrained in terms of a physical constraint that was not created by the property owner. It does not interfere with the rights of other people, and it would relief would be adequately and appropriately applied to this property. You see it sits right there, just one lot in from Church. This is 3 lots here. These are lot and a halves over here. There's a double lot over here, and we're sandwiched in between with a much smaller 56-foot wide lot. So again, this was not created by the homeowner, and we're attempting to redevelop the site and build a single-family residence. This is what's being proposed, and I'll be happy to put this into the record. They'd like to provide some architectural relief to the front of the building so that you break that front facade. The main structure is set back at 25 feet, and only this front open portico is being requested for additional 6 feet. And there's a closer up view of what's being proposed. With respect to the property owner's property appraiser's office, just to verify that it's zoned RS-75 and that It's 56 by 103. You can also see on the property appraiser's webpage that the other lots all around here are much larger. So it is a legal non-conforming lot. You could rebuild a single-family house there, which we are proposing to do. However, we're trying to apply a basic architectural feature that would make it much more attractive. I don't know what else I can tell you. I think that it's appropriate. The hardship was not created by the property owner. It is a legal non-conforming lot, so you can rebuild there. We're not asking for relief for the main structure setbacks, but only for the porch area in the front. And as I said earlier, by right, you could go 8 feet on an RS-50, which is the lot that it typically would be considered. By administrative approval, you could go 8 feet per RS-60, and that RS-75 forces us to come to the VRB for relief. I believe that we have met the criteria for consideration for hardship, and it doesn't interfere with the rights of others. It is consistent with the code with respect to the comprehensive plan, and as well as the Tampa City Code. And this board is charged with providing relief for matters similar like to this. So it's not going to be enclosed. It won't become living area for the building. It's a protective covering for the front facade of the building, and it's providing architectural relief that would be appropriate in size and scale for the neighborhood. I respectfully request your approval.
Does this conclude the presentation, Mr. Michelini?
It does.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this variance? Seeing none, board members have questions? Mr. Dingfelder, sorry, Mr. President.
That's fine.
Gary, you want to go first?
Well, I just, site plan indicates, I guess, is there a tree that's being preserved on the side of the home?
There's 2 trees. There's one in the back on the left-hand side, and there's one in the front on the also on the left-hand side. But those are being preserved. That's correct.
Okay. I mean, for me, the obvious question is, can the house be made smaller to push the front facade in, and if not, why?
Well, it's a relatively small lot. We're already constrained by this, by the size. It's obviously legal non-conforming. Pushing this house back another 6 feet would create a severe hardship on the redevelopment for an open canopy. I mean, it's not living space. So, we were very clear about meeting the setbacks for the living area. And again, it's an architectural feature, breaks the front facade, makes it a much more attractive building, and it is consistent with other buildings and structures within the area.
Let me ask the question this way. Is the overall size of this proposed home consistent with other homes that are new homes that are being built in the neighborhood?
It's smaller.
It's smaller. How much smaller?
This is about a 2,500 square foot home, when typically in an RS-75 area, although I didn't analyze the other homes there, but they are significantly bigger than this.
All right. And the tree that you're saving obviously needs room, so it's constricting the footprint, the allowable footprint left over, I would assume.
It does.
So is that why you're wanting to keep the main building structure, not the porch?
Yes,
pushed
sir.
all the way out to the front, and then leaving the open porch as like you said, an architectural feature?
Yes, sir, and we shifted the entry to the home to the other side of the property so that the porch wouldn't interfere with that.
Okay, all right, that's all I got.
Mr. Dingfelder.
So Steve, I want you to go home and set your VCR and record this moment because I'm going to clap. VCR.
We have a new invention. It's called TiVo. Wait, no, there's something new.
Yeah, but Steve and I, we've still got VCR. Anyway, all right. I will be the butt of your jokes. Anyway, I think it's fantastic. I compliment you and your client for doing the front porch. Not only does it add to the aesthetics of the house, but it puts eyes on the street. And that's why we wrote the front porch ordinance a while back. It's unfortunate that some people in this community fought. We should have had it included in the RS-75, and you wouldn't be here today. We tried to include it in the RS-50, the RS-60, the RS-75, and the RS-100, but they pushed back a little bit, but maybe that will change someday. Anyway, no, it's great. It's exactly what all new homes should have in this community. And, you know, we have the ability to use our front porches, you know, 9, 8, 9, 10 months of the year, and I'm thrilled to see this. So. And yes, maybe I'll find a VCR somewhere. I don't know.
Any other questions? Any other statements? Any rebuttal, Mr. Michelini?
No, sir. I believe the code was intended to encourage this, and that's why we moved in this direction, and would certainly appreciate your approval.
Without objection, I would like to close the public hearing and open up for a motion or board discussion. Mr. Dingfelder?
No, I've done too many, so I'll let Feldman do it.
All right. I move that the variance request for case VRB 19-12 located at 3903 West Estrella Street, as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing, to construct a front porch with the following conditions: that it remain unenclosed, and that said variance as conditioned be granted based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record and at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the City Code. Specifically, that this is an RS-75 in need of a variance, whereas, and it's an undersized lot for this zoning, whereas this porch would be permitted under other RS-50 or RS-60 zoning, and that there are trees on this undersized lot which are necessitating or constraining the size and placement of this home, therefore creating this hardship.
Second.
We have a motion made by Mr. Feldman, seconded by Mr. Dingfelder, to approve the variance request for VRB 19-12. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Michelini, your variance request is passed 6 with 1 absent.
Thank you very much.
Next VRB case is VRB 19-13, located at 3205 West Braddock Street. Mr. Michelini, that's all? Just one case?
No invitation?
I know it's unusual that I don't have like 1, 2, and 3 in a row.
Don't you want to stay around until midnight?
I'm happy to visit with you, and I'm also happy to be finished.
I hope you did set your VCR for this historic moment.
I greatly appreciate your consideration.
Joel, excuse me, please proceed.
Oh, I was going to. Next VRB 1913, 3205 West Braddock. Applicant name Vicente Perez. Request is for the applicant is seeking to increase the maximum length from 26 feet to 30 feet to allow a pleasure craft boat to be parked in the front yard on the driveway. The property is zoned RS-50, residential single family, was purchased in 2004. The house was built originally in 1965. Property is currently under a code violation for the subject boat that is currently parked in the front. By code, most boat crafts have to be parked either in the side yards or rear yards, generally not in the front yard, no more than a third of it. In this case, the whole boat is in front of the house, therefore requires a variance by the Variance Review Board. Natural Resources has reviewed the subject application and finds it consistent with the request. Let me show you where this is. This is off Braddock, which is also over near Raymond James Stadium. This is Tampa Bay Boulevard, Kansas. Here's the subject property. There is the boat that currently sits in front of the house. Site plan, the approximate location of the boat. Staff, is there if you have further questions?
So,
Sir.
Mr. Dingfelder first, and then I'll come back to Mr. Brown.
So it's just a 4-foot variance? In other words, if the boat was 4 feet shorter, it'd be okay?
Correct.
What's the line of demarcation then? I mean, it's not a buildable line.
It's the size of the boat. What's kicking this in is the size of the boat. The boat's allowed to be 26 feet, but this one happens to be a little bit longer.
The
It's 30
code,
feet.
the code says 26 feet?
Yes, sir.
That's weird.
It's strange, yes. But that's the way it reads.
Okay.
There are other code criteria that kick in,
Yes, sir.
and one
The
is
height.
height, and
Yes, sir.
they meet the height.
We assume they do.
Huh?
It doesn't look any more than 10 feet.
Okay, so the code enforcement would have cited them for that if they didn't, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there also nothing in the code about about a percentage or a portion of the driveway as it might relate to being able to park cars? Is there?
But generally, what the rule is, that you're allowed to stick normally a third of the boat past the front facade, but no more.
Okay, but
It's
nothing
supposed to
about,
be
but
tucked-
when it doesn't have to be on a driveway?
It does have to be on a driveway.
Okay, and when it's on a driveway, are there any other conditions that apply?
No, sir.
Just gotta be on a driveway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So doesn't matter if you can't park a car on what's remaining and without sticking into the right of way, that
That is
doesn't
true,
matter.
because code, well, by code, you can park your car on the right of way.
Yeah, right. Well, also by code, can he park this boat in the right of way?
No,
In
it's
front of his
not.
house?
No.
Uh,
Positive.
Huh?
Positive.
Positive.
I work with code enforcement now, as I've learned.
I believe.
I mean, I see boats parked in rights of way all the time around the city. What?
They're not, well, they're being cited. They're being cited.
Huh?
They're being cited, believe me.
They are being cited?
Yes. I
Okay.
have months of them. I have months of them.
Okay, thank you.
Joel, I believe you can, but it can't be for an extended period, as in i.e. overnight or 2 or 3
Right,
days.
it's, I mean, unloading and loading, you're allowed to do that.
What's magical about 26? It's just that's the number somebody put in the
That's
code?
I don't know, I think, I have to just off the cuff, from being here for so many years, within the city of Tampa, it became kind of like a yacht. Oh, it's greater than 26 feet. I mean, that was a big boat back in our early days, at least my early days. My early days, 26 was a big boat. But I believe that's what it was about. Also, I believe it had to do with the front 25-foot yard, the 20-foot front setback requirement.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Feldman?
Mr. Sousa, just so I can understand the vehicle issue, were this an RV, a 30-foot RV? Is there a code issue with that?
Same thing. Well,
Same
it's
thing.
worse. An RV has to be past the front facade of the house or in the backyard.
Okay, all right, that's helpful, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Perez, 3205 West Bradley Street, Tampa, Florida, 33607. As sworn already long ago.
Thank you.
Okay. By title, my boat is 23. What happened is the trailer and the engines. And I have dissertation from the city, and I have no space on the side of the house to be parked. One side of my house is 6.9, and the other side of the house is 7 feet wide. So I decided to put the boat is 11.7 feet of the boat is inside the carport of the house. Only sticking out 18.5. So that's a total of 30 feet that I have right now. So the boat is way back to the city limit line, like 5 feet. By law, it required 3 feet from the city line limit. It's less than 10 feet height. By law, maximum is 10 feet height, and that's what I'm requesting. To get permission to get the boat. Half of the boat is already inside the carport, only sticking out half of the boat outside. So less than the city is required. That's what I have.
Would you please tell us your hardship on why you need this variance?
Yes, because the boat is more than 20 feet, 6 feet long.
Is this part of your work? Do you make a living from this boat?
No. No. It's for my kids. We go fishing a lot with my kids. So.
Then what is the reason why you need this variance? Just because the boat is too long?
Yeah, that's what the city says, because it's too long. But maybe the city has the picture everywhere in my neighborhood has known my size, bigger than my size. I don't know.
Have you ever thought about selling this boat and getting a smaller boat?
Has to be my boat. I don't know why. Everybody around the neighborhood has boat, all sizes. Breaking all kind of rules. Has to be my one. Well, maybe a good neighbor, I don't know.
Does this complete your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm done. Yes, that's what I have.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this variance request? Seeing none. Board members, please, do you have any questions? Mr. Dingfelder.
Legal counsel, how does the code describe this 26 feet? Does it say that that's the length of the boat, or the length of the boat and the trailer, or the boat and the trailer and the motors, or is it not that specific?
The whole thing.
The length limitation is 26 feet, and it states that the length shall be measured from the longest distance from the front of the vehicle or craft to the back or end of the vehicle or craft, including all antennas, extensions, appurtenances, and trailers. So the issue, it sounds like, is the trailer length, but that is included in the calculation by the code.
So the ton, obviously the ton is going to be pretty significant.
Correct.
And then it's got the motors, I guess, on the back. The code speaks to all that. Okay. And the code doesn't speak to the fact that part of this is tucked away under the carport or anything like that.
These are provisions within section B where it is not feasible to park the vehicle or craft as provided in A. A prefers to park the boat outside of the front yard. It is only when the boat is parked within the front yard that these additional restrictions kick in. I don't know if I answered your question completely, but.
So you're saying, I see. So did that question come up in our discussions yet, or in his presentation about why he can't go up the side yard?
Yes. Yeah, he can't go.
There's no room there? Okay.
But, so my question for council is, it almost sounds like the intent was to limit 26 feet in the front yard. The assumption, I'm guessing, I'm putting words into somebody's mouth, was that the entire boat, as it was defined, is in that front yard, where in this case, he's testifying a good portion of it is actually within the structure envelope. Therefore, he's not using 26 feet or more in the front yard. It almost sounded like that could be interpreted, because it's talking about the amount of, in the front yard. It says in the front yard.
Yes, this is specifically deals with the front yard. It does not address if some portion of the craft was otherwise blocked, but the other section of the code that does not contain this requirement would be in the situation where a boat is partially blocked from view. So that would be a distinction, yes. The fact that part of the boat is actually within the carport, I think would be a distinction.
Okay, all right, thanks. So, did we close him?
No, we haven't closed him yet.
Right, so could I get one more time, could you explain how much of the boat is in the carport and how much of the boat is out of the carport?
Yes, sir. Inside the carport, exactly 11.5. Outside the carport, 18.7.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Maybe more clearly, it looks like your carport is set back from the front of the house a little bit, according to the plan we've got. Is that true? Or does the front of the carport line up with the front of the house?
The front of the carport is lined with the roof. Same roof is at the beginning of the carport.
Okay.
Any other questions? Would you like to add anything to your presentation?
No.
Without opposition, I'd like to close the public hearing and open up for Hang on one second.
Somebody's coming.
Counsel, I have a question. If this variance is granted, can we ask that only a certain footage of the boat be allowed to be within the front yard? My line of questioning to that is if someone gets a variance to have part of their boat in the front yard, and then they say, well, okay, well, I'll just park my boat in the front yard now. I've got the variance. Can we put a limit on how much of the boat can actually go into the front yard?
Yes.
Thank you. If I hear no opposition, I will close this public hearing and open it up for a motion and/or discussion.
So, just to follow up on your last point, your proposition is, or your thought is, that we could grant 18.8, grant a variance for 18.8 feet into the front yard, or to increase the allowable size from, how would we do that?
Well, Mr. Foreman, it's
With
just
a condition, you'd ground the variance for 30 feet with the condition that it can't extend more than 19 feet into the front yard.
My point is going on much like site plan. They cannot build outside of what they have on the site plan. You can have, let's say, 12 extra feet pointing the boat out. Does that mean you can then park it sideways in the front yard? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, so, well.
It still has to be in the driveway. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
so if, I understood when you asked the question, and Mr. Pastor clarified, that it would be done in a condition. If we're gonna do it as a condition, then we should clarify with the petitioner that they're acceptable.
Are you making a motion to reopen the public hearing?
Wait, before we go there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we
Yeah, I did.
closed it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I did.
Because we're in discussion.
Oh. My willingness to support this is up to 26 feet. That's what the code is. I don't see a need to condition it. I think the code would be, the max would be 26 feet.
But he could park that all the way up to the edge of his property if he wanted to.
Well, that's what the code allows. It does allow 26 feet.
So
We wouldn't be, if he had a 26-foot boat, he wouldn't be here tonight. So, maybe one day he pulls it in 6 feet instead of 8 or 11, whatever. But, I think if the code says 26, I'm okay with that. That's all I'm saying.
Did that answer, or make the statement you wanted to make, counsel?
I just wanted to clarify that there is also a setback requirement, so they couldn't park the whole boat in the front yard.
Any further discussion? Who would like to make a motion? You get a second or something. Come on, join the team.
Well, wait, I want to, counsel, could you give me, you said there's a setback requirement for the boat? There's a setback requirement?
Yes, the boat has a 5-foot setback
5
requirement.
foot, okay, all right, okay. So, well, wait a minute. Oh, okay, yeah, we're only, he said, okay, yeah, so, anyway. If there's no further discussion, I'll make a motion. Guess not. I'm gonna make a motion to approve VRB 19-13 located at 3205 West Braddock Street to increase the allowable size of the, wait a minute. Well, to increase the allowable size from 26 to 30 feet per section 27-283.11 to allow for the watercraft parked on the front yard driveway based on the site plan that was submitted, that they will be respecting the minimum 5-foot setback for the recreational vehicle watercraft, as well as encroaching no more than 26 feet. Well, wait, they can't because, well, yeah, they could. Up to 26 feet beyond or into the front yard itself. And this be, let's see, I'm gonna start all over. I've got to
Should we reset our VCR?
Yeah, I gotta reset my VCR. Too many things going on here. I'm gonna move the variance request for VRB case 19-13, located at 3205 West Braddock Street, be granted as depicted on the site plan that was presented to public hearing for an increase in allowable size of a watercraft from 26 feet to 30 feet per section 27-283.11. That the watercraft will be parked on the driveway and that it will never encroach into the required minimum 5-foot front yard setback for a watercraft / recreational vehicle, and that it does not protrude more than up to and not more than 26 feet beyond the front of the primary structure. And this is based upon the applicant having presented competent and substantial evidence in the record at the public hearing and of the unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 2780 of the city code, specifically that he's aware of the code and that he is trying to meet the requirement by storing the back, a large portion of the back part of the boat within the carport, thus decreasing the protrusion into the front yard.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. Dingfelder to approve VRB 19-13. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Yep.
Let's take a show of hands. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Your variance request passed 4-2
Thank you, sir.
with 1 absent.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bring us some fish now.
Ladies and gentlemen, board members, we need to take a 5-minute break, please.
Secretary either. Yeah, you can't start. You can't start unless you're gonna take notes.
I think we could do without the legal, but we can't do without the clerk. No offense to Kristen.
Walk real slow to the podium. How's that?
I'll explain to you guys.
Yes. Next VRB case that we are hearing is VRB 19-14, located at 5126 North St. Vincent Street.
Before I get into this, you have your staff reports. The applicant noticed for primary yard setbacks. It was determined today by the zoning administrator he didn't need to do that, but it does not preclude him from moving forward since he was asking for was a greater request than what he actually needs. So instead of a primary from 20 foot to 2 feet, he would really, because of the square footage was less than 750 square feet, he only needed accessory structure setbacks.
And those are?
From 3 feet to 2 feet.
3 feet?
Yes, 3 feet to 2 feet. And yeah, and the side yard was, I think it looks like it's 3 feet to 0. And one side yard is 3 feet to 0, rear yard's 3 feet to 0, and then the south side yard is 3 feet to 2 feet.
South was 3 to 2.
Yeah, so instead of the 20 to 2, you're gonna put a 3 to 2.
3 to 2.
Instead of a 7 to 2, you're gonna put a 3 to 2.
3 to 2.
And instead of a 7 to 0, you're gonna put a 3 to 0.
Does notice make any difference on this?
No, because he noticed for the greater requirement, you know what I mean? So he noticed for the greater requirement, and the zoning administrator stated that you, as the board, you can make the switch. because it's a greater, he was actually asking for a greater request, which you can change. So I'll talk real slow. So the applicant, they'll read it. The applicant is seeking to reduce the rear yard setback from 3 feet to 2 feet, the south side yard from 3 feet to 2 feet, the north side yard from 3 feet to 0, in order to keep an unpermitted shed. The property is zoned RS50 and was originally constructed in 1961. The property is again under violation.
Look at you.
By code enforcement for construction without permits.
Hold on a second.
I will. We got it.
We got a beverage intermission.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Cappuccino sounds good. I gotta stay up late tonight.
Thank you, Miss Mary.
Yeah, I ordered one.
Now that we're all here, Joel, please proceed.
Okay. The applicant is seeking to reduce the rear yard setback from 3 feet to 2, south side yard from 3 feet to 2, north side yard from 3 feet to 0 to keep an unpermitted shed. Property is zoned RS50. The property was originally developed in 1961. The property is currently in a violation for construction without permits. DRC made no comments to this request. Let me show you where this is. Okay, oops, upside down. Here we're in the northern part of section of town. This is Hillsborough Avenue. Lincoln, the subject property, St. Vincent. Just turns off here and comes down to here. I'll get my pen. This is subject property. You can kind of see the structure in the back. Structure there. Here's a site plan. So this is the front. This is the structure. It was originally thought to be greater than 750 square feet, which would have kicked in the primary structure setbacks. But it's less than that. It's about 570. So they're going for the accessory structures for this structure right here. Yeah, maybe I got it there right here. That might. Jesus. A little bit better. Let me see. This is the structure. You can see the two roof stiles. This is the subject property, and this is the accessory structure that's in question. Staff is here if you have questions.
Is there any questions for staff?
Guava pastry.
Is that a question for staff? Joel, do you have guava pastry? I don't know if Mr. Dingfelder said that loud enough.
I do have some glasses, though.
All right, petitioner, you're up.
Hi, my name is Jose DeHigo. My son is the one that owns the house at 5126 North St. Vincent Street. I grew up in that house. My parents brought us here from Cuba in 1960, and the house was purchased in 61. My father built that structure in the early 80s. My mom had told him that he could not keep all his stuff in the house or on the carport. The house has no storage at all. It has it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. So she told him that he had to do something with his stuff back in the days. It's a shed, and on the north side part of it, it's actually 6 feet to the building, but it has an overhang, and I have a picture here.
See what you got.
Oh, okay. There you go. It has an overhang on that side, and the other side is this one here.
Just lay right on top. Just lay right on top. Right like that.
That's on the south side. And then, this is a picture of the back. And that is also 2 foot. This, my neighbor's, this is a concrete block wall. The house that you see there with the pool, those are the Farabells. I grew up in this house, so, this other house didn't used to exist there. There was a drive-in theater there years ago, and my parents sent me to St. Lawrence, school, so I used to just zip across the open, drive-in. So there was no houses back in that day, in the days back in, when I was growing up there. But, we use it as a storage, and, that's what, you know, what we use it for.
Just sneak in the movies for free?
In the front was a drive-in and a regular movie theater. In the back, we used to go and turn up all the speakers as I went to school at St. Lawrence. And then I used to carry these younger kids with me, and I used to tell them, you take a line and the other ones take a line. And I used to watch the movies from my bedroom because the volume was so high. That was a good way to do it back in the days when you were a kid, you know.
It's a good story.
That was called the Hillsborough Drive-In Theater.
Before VCRs.
Excuse me?
Before VCRs.
Yeah. There's actually people used to drive, they used to have like a little picket fence about this high, and they would just park their cars next to them and watch it. I guess thanks to me for putting up the volume. You know?
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please, one more time, just explain to us, just tell us your hardships on why you really need to keep this building.
We like to keep it because we store all our stuff in there. There's tools in there, you know, it's just the house storage. The house is only 2 bedroom with 1 bath, and it has 1 carport. No garage.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this variance request? Seeing none, board members, do you have any questions? Mr. Brown.
Does the shed have any air conditioning in it?
The shed have any air conditioning?
Does it have air conditioning in it, or is it
I have a window unit that I turn on every now and then. You know, that's what we, you know, when it gets hot, you know, working on something inside the shed.
Okay, is there any plumbing in the shed?
No, sir.
No plumbing?
No plumbing at all.
And can you describe the structure of the shed, the walls? Are they wood walls, concrete walls?
They're wood walls. They're 2x4.
Okay, and a shingled roof. I don't see any gutters on the building in your photos.
No, there's no gutters, but on the back side, believe this picture you see right here, that one in line, when the water rolls off, it just rolls into the back of the house. In that area there, you'll see there's like a little, that's all, that's not concrete, it's dirt.
Okay, is the block wall on your property or the neighbor's property?
It's the neighbor's block wall.
So if you're only 2 feet off the property line, it's 2 feet less the thickness of the block wall. So about how much room is between the wall and the 2 walls? How much room is in this picture here? Do you know?
Between the block wall and the building
and
is
the back
2 feet.
of the building.
Is 2 feet.
It's 2 feet?
2 feet.
Okay, all right.
2 feet 2 inches, something like that.
Okay, so then the wall is on the neighbor's property.
The wall is
completely.
exactly on the neighbor's, I have it surveyed, and the
Okay.
survey is right there. Then there's another, block wall, which is on this one, and this is the neighbor's also. This
Now-
is this side right here, this is a block wall also.
Okay, in that picture, I can't tell, does the end of the roof extend over the block wall, or does it end
No,
before?
it goes up to, there's 4 inches,
Okay, and again, there are no gutters there.
no gutters there,
Okay, all right,
but
thank you.
they can be installed.
They can be installed? Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for the petition? Mr. Dingfelder?
Yes, sir. You said something about when this was constructed, was it back in the 80s, you said?
Yes, sir.
So this has been around for, what, 30, almost 30 years?
Yes, sir.
Or thereabouts.
They didn't have Google Earth back then.
Huh?
They didn't have Google,
Google Earth.
yeah, Google Earth where, you know.
To the best of your knowledge, did,
Because I try to look for some pictures and see, what it looked like before.
to the best of your knowledge, I mean, did your backstore neighbor complain? Did somebody complain, or?
Nobody's complained.
Yeah.
I sent letters out every way to everyone, and,
Okay, so you didn't hear back from anybody that you noticed, that you sent the notice to? You didn't hear back from any of them?
no, sir.
All right, thank you.
You haven't,
Feldman, go ahead.
you haven't modified the shed since the 80s? It hasn't changed in any way? You didn't do any construction on it?
Painted it?
Okay, but the structure itself has remained the same? You haven't
sir.
expanded it in any way?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Do you need any time to rebuttal?
No,
Any other statements you'd like to make?
I'm good.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'd like to close the public hearing and open it up for a motion or board discussion.
I
Yes.
just had a quick comment. I wanted to make the distinction that even though he may have lived in the house and his father built it, current owner is not the person that created the hardship. So, grandfather's sins are not the sins of the grandson.
Really? Typically, yes. Well stated. He's his own person.
The guy that built it died in 1994.
We're done. Any other comments? Someone like to make a motion?
Mr. Pastor, you made such a smart comment.
Smart person.
Oh, Lord. I won't be here all night. I'll make a motion, but this is my last for the evening.
3 more cases. 4 more.
I can't support this because the glasses just broke.
Oh,
You broke his glasses?
for real, they just broke?
I move that the variance request for case VRB, credit's on the wrong page, 19-14, for property located at 5126 North St. Vincent Street, be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing, to reduce the rear yard from 3 feet to 2 feet, the south side yard from 3 feet to 2 feet, and the north side yard from 3 feet to 0 feet, with the encroachment of eaves and gutters, to allow the existing shed, based upon the applicant presenting competent and substantial evidence in the record at this public hearing of an unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically that the accessory structure has been in existence for almost 40 years, that it has been unchanged, that it was not constructed by the current applicant, and that it is an extremely minimal reduction in the setbacks with a block wall immediately behind it.
Second.
We have a motion made by Mr. Feldman, seconded by Mr. Dingfelder to approve the variance of VRB 1914. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Your variance request has been approved.
Thank you,
6
sir.
with 1 absent. Next VRB case is VRB 19-16.
Want some tape for those?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, you can keep them though. Sorry.
VRB 19-16 located at 2908 West Sitius Street.
Cidios.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Excuse me, guy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's late.
Okay. VRB 1916, applicant name Gary and Sup Chong. The applicant is seeking reduction from the east side yard setback from 7 feet to 3.6 feet to construct a residential addition. The property is zoned RS50, residential single family. It was constructed originally in 1925. The applicants purchased the homeowner about 2002. Natural resources found it consistent. There were no other comments from DRC. Let me show you where this is. This is over, appears to be near Howard Avenue. This is over in the South Tampa area.
Palmacia Park.
You know it. There's Cidios right here. And there's mostly residential in this area, RS50. Show you some pictures of the existing house right there. Show you the site plan. It's a big one. Okay. This is Cidios, this is the front, this is the setback right here. This is the 3.9 where you're going to over here. It appears, I think you have the set of the plans. The staff member hasn't had too much chance to review it. Maybe the applicant can tell us. But it looks like they're adding to the rear and to the finish out on the side. But in any regards, they're coming in the 3.9 over here on this side of the house. Back to you if you have further questions.
Any questions for staff?
Now you can go.
Hi, my name is Sue Chung, and I live at 2908 West Sitio Street, and I have been sworn in. My husband, Gary, and I have purchased our home in 2002, and since then we've had 2 children, my son who is 14 now, and my daughter who is 9. With the growing needs of our family, we considered moving. However, we really love our neighborhood and our neighbors and our schools, so we finally decided an addition would be our best option. Our design would give us approximately 2,700 square feet, up from 1,500 square feet, while trying to minimize impact to our lot. We believe this design is aesthetically in line with the neighborhood's 1920s bungalows and will provide a home for our family that our family can enjoy for many years to come. We have discussed our plans with our immediate neighbors, and everyone's been very supportive. We also have a signed statement from our neighbor who lives on the directly east side of us, who is in support of our variance request, and I have a copy of that. This is David Mango, our designer, and he will be able to speak to any of the details of the variance request.
Hello, I'm David Mango, and I have been sworn in.
Ms. Mango, can you please give us your address?
Home address, business address?
Whichever you want, whichever you would like.
13902 Northdale Mabry, Suite 132, Tampa, Florida, 33618.
Thank you.
That's the office address. here you can see the existing home. We're trying to retain the character of the existing home and expand it at the same time. So that's requiring us to stay within the footprint. We don't want to go beyond the footprint of the home. So since the home was built in the 20s, and it's not complying to the current setbacks of 7 foot. It was built about 3 feet, 3 inches or so encroachment. Because we're going up, we want to follow the footprint of the home. We're asking for that variance to allow us to do that and minimize the impact on the lot and retain the front character of the house and not come forward and create more of an obstruction or that's about it. So you said you were keeping the existing footprint, but you're actually expanding towards the rear. The width of the house we're wanting Okay. to maintain. We are actually pulling the rear deck of the house, removing that. There's a rear deck in the back that's being removed. And
Can you zoom that out for us, please?
That's good. So this line here is the existing footprint of the house.
Mhm.
It comes around like that. The hatched area is the new addition, and there's a rear porch that's being added to the back of the home, and we're removing this existing deck to bring in that back line away from that tree. Okay. Thanks.
Hang on a second. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this variance request? Seeing none, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Mango, is the existing accessory structure, does that meet the 3-foot setbacks? And Joel, does that matter in this case? If it doesn't?
That one, you were not doing anything with it, so.
That's true.
You didn't pay attention to more of that.
They will need to address that at time of permitting.
They will have to address it?
Yes, they will.
So the fact they're not touching it, will they be able to get a permit? Or will they have to come back for a variance?
They might probably back.
Really?
Yeah. You can't keep an existing non-conforming.
Well, I mean, I can't tell, does it say on this survey what it is? I can't. On mine, I can't
One-story
read it.
frame shed.
No, I meant the setback. Does it indicate what it is?
Let me see.
I can't tell.
It is the tiniest, no, it doesn't indicate.
Yeah, I mean, it might be okay. I can't read it, that's why I'm asking.
It doesn't say.
Okay. Maybe we should offer a continuance, maybe?
To renotice, include the shed?
Well, if
They don't
they
know if they
have
need
to.
it.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Well,
They might tear it down.
That hasn't been asked for. If it is compliant, then they won't.
Then they won't need to, right?
I think, where's the scale on it? Yeah, everything's assumed.
So there's
Everything's assumed.
really no benefit in them continuing then. I mean,
If this is even remotely close to scale, that's like 6 inches.
why can't?
So
yeah.
what I'm saying is, it's not 3 feet.
It's not 3
It's not
feet.
even close to 3 feet. So it would be better for them to continue and renotice and not pay the fee twice.
Well, that's true.
Unless
That's
they
true.
can't-
But the renotice is still gonna take,
Unless it's movable.
You can
Can't tell.
renotice, can't you?
Yeah, but they couldn't get back on the hearing until.
yeah, I mean, they're gonna be 3 months.
That's true either way.
Either way, it doesn't.
Unless it's compliant, which it very much appears not to be. They can decide that.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question.
We should give them the option.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
You understand, we're trying to make this a lot simpler for you, even though it seems like it might be harder. Are you planning on keeping this shed? Are you going to demolish it when you build this new house?
We were planning on keeping it.
You were or weren't?
We were
You're
planning on keeping it.
Joel?
Well,
It's not one of those movable sheds, is
No.
it?
I don't know, I think it's what we saw in the photographs. But I can only speak what it shows, but I think with all this removal, maybe staff was thinking that this was all gonna be removed, because it looks like there is a garage back there. And with all this thing being removed, maybe this was assumed, maybe accurately or inaccurately, that it was
The
going to
arrow
remain.
stops in front of the shed, so I don't think they would assume that.
When you see all this removal in the lines,
Yeah.
and it wasn't asked.
We're removing all this, but not the shed.
Well, Joel, could you help them right now in talking timeframes, if a continuance would actually help them or hurt
If you want
them?
to keep it, we got to get the variance for it.
I thought Variance said there was enough room.
Yeah, I'm not privy
Is it
to
3
it.
feet?
Hang on.
3 feet, yeah.
My husband, he wanted to be here today, but he had a last minute work obligation, but my understanding is that he felt that there was the right amount of room.
Because see, guys, well, the shed looks a lot like a garage. So.
Yeah.
Looks like it's
That's-
touching that fence.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
So.
So that trash can's about 3 feet, so
Yeah.
it's not
Easily.
3 feet.
It's not
Yes.
3 feet.
Easily.
So what I was saying, just so you guys are
But the
clear what I'm
trash is
saying, is that
Much further ahead.
if you want to keep that garage or shed, and we approve the variance you asked for tonight, when you go to permit it, they're going to tell you that you need a variance for that shed to keep it.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, if we vote on this tonight and it gets approved, or doesn't, either way, when you have to do the shed, you'd have to pay again, reapply again, and have an entirely new variance case. What I'm saying is you have the option, we could give you a continuance, which means you go on the schedule for March, it looks like,
March 12th.
and you renotice for both items, and you come back, you present the same thing you have, and you ask to vest the shed that's existing, and you don't have to do another variance. Unless you think that it's 3 feet off of the property line in both directions, in which case,
Would I be able to call him real quick?
I'm sure we could
Sure, we'll-
move on to the next case and let you come back at the end, maybe?
Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we go
Okay,
ahead and
thank
hear
you.
the next case? You go ahead and take your time,
Thank
sit in the
you,
back and
appreciate that.
talk to your husband.
Is that called call a friend?
That's not your final answer. The next case we'll be hearing is VRB 19-17, located at 3002 North Adams Street. (3002 North Adams Street).
Trying to figure, okay.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. Applicant name is Melody Reddix. The applicant is seeking to reduce the side yard setback from 3 feet to 2 feet, the front yard setback from 60 feet to 31.5 feet, and a building separation from 5 feet to 1 foot to construct a detached shed. The property is zoned RS60, residential single family. It was originally constructed in 1950. The applicant purchased the house on or about 2018. DRC had no comments regarding this request. Let me show you where it is. Another area down near in the Ballast Point area. Bayshore Boulevard running south. This is the located property here on the curve. Here's a picture of the house. That yard where they want to build it. This is the site plan. North Adams, front yard, this is the location. So they're going from to 32, let me see, 31, 5, and 5 and 1 for this structure here. Staff here, if you have further questions?
And that's 5-1 from eve to eve.
Oh, now, 5 and 1, yeah, they're driving reducing it down to 1 foot.
What's the total square footage of the proposed footprint? Do you know?
Let me see if they give it to me. I'm guessing it's about, look like it's about 20 by, probably by 40, 20 by 40.
And the allowable accessory structure size
And
for
RS60
is?
RS60 is 900
It's 900.
950, I think.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? Petitioner.
My name is Melody Radix. I reside at 3002 North Adams Street in Tampa, and I have been sworn in. And I'd just like to clarify, the structure we're building is 18 by 40, not 20 by 40. That we would like to build.
Proceed.
The reason for the hardship variance that I'm requesting this evening is we purchased the home this year in 2018, and it is a smaller home, and in the area there are a lot of larger homes being built that are much substantially bigger. We're at about 1,400 square feet, and we need additional storage. So that is the reason for our request this evening.
Could you please address what is unique about this property or a structure on the property that necessitates the variance?
The structure itself was built in 1950, and I'd like to maintain the way that the property looks right now. I think it's a great looking house. It just doesn't have a lot of storage space, and so that's the reason that we're requesting to do the variance to build the shed instead of adding on to the house or making adjustments to the house itself.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this variance request? Seeing none, board members, questions? Mr. Dingfelder.
So, it's pretty good size. You said, what's the dimension?
18 by 40?
And it hasn't been built yet, correct?
It has not, no.
That we appreciate.
Thank you.
So I guess the obvious question is, why not push it into the back corner? I realize you don't have as much space in the back corner, but it wouldn't be visible from the front.
Well, aesthetically, we thought.
And why so big? What are we doing in there?
Okay, so to answer the first question, we wanted to line it up with the front of the house. I thought that would look more aesthetically pleasing versus having it jut back further. And also maintaining a backyard that if at any time currently the whole yard is fenced in. So if someone had a pet or something else, they would have a nice sized backyard to still entertain in. So that was the reason for lining it up with the front of the house. For storage, we have some additional vehicles that are required. They're collector vehicles, and they're required to be kept in an enclosed garage for insurance purposes. So that is the reason for the size of the structure.
Is one of them a 68 Camaro SS?
One is not.
Sorry, Mr. Dingfelder.
So why not build an attached garage on that side, and seek a variance with a real part of the house, as opposed to, I guess it's a freestanding shed or something.
Well, currently on that side of the house, it's all bedrooms. So to build an attached garage and then have an entrance for an attached garage to come through a bedroom is not.
Does it have to have I'm asking staff, Joel, would it have to have a door to the house if it was attached?
They're gonna store vehicles in there. They're gonna need a driveway. But as far as, I would think there would be a fire issue based on what you're saying.
I don't know. Clarify that.
There is a building separate.
That's probably why.
There is a building separation requirement, especially if the bedrooms have windows.
Right.
Then you don't have
Correct.
separation. That's what the 5 feet's for.
Got it.
So that's.
So you don't want garages next to bedrooms, that's the point?
Yes.
Generally not.
A little bit of carbon monoxide issues.
Just a little.
All right. So what is the construction that you're proposing for the shed?
It's a steel structure.
Okay, with the,
With it, it'll have a cement slab, steel structure, and then we will add pavers to go to the
with
entrance.
sides, with metal?
Oh, yes.
Metal sides?
Fully enclosed,
And door and everything?
yes.
Okay. You have a picture?
And it's not, I mean, the sides, the steel structure has detail to it. So it's not gonna look like I just took tin and slapped it up and put it on the side of my house. I understand the aesthetics of the neighborhood. I understand the resale value of my home. I don't wanna put something on the property that's gonna decrease my property value. And I've spoken to the neighbors on the east side where the easement would go from 3 feet to 2 feet, and they were perfectly okay with it. They had no issues with it.
Council.
Ma'am, have you had a meeting with Natural Resources? It appears that there is a tree within the proposed footprint.
Yes, Natural Resources came to my house approximately a week and a half ago. The very front tree that you see that's there, that oak would not be touched at all with the construction. That would be left where it's at. There is a rubber tree. I inadvertently marked it as a magnolia tree, but he corrected me and explained to me that it's a rubber tree. He said based on all the greenage that's on my property, he has no issues whatsoever with the tree that would need to be cut down.
Chair, I got a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Do you have a photograph of the east side of the home?
Yes, please.
Better than I do.
This one.
No, that's the front of the home, isn't it?
I don't have anything that shows.
Well, wait a minute, north is up on my site plan, so that, the front of the home faces north.
Correct.
So
Okay.
the east side, which is.
That's the front. Where's
Right.
that?
So what I'm asking
Here?
is, you
Is that
testified there are
Yes.
bedrooms,
Yeah,
there are
okay.
bedrooms
Yes.
on that side. You don't
Yes.
have pictures of the windows?
I do not.
You do not. Is there one bedroom on that side?
It is one bedroom that I currently use as an office, and then there is a second bedroom that has that's this window in the front.
Okay, so the room behind that is a bedroom, right?
Legally, yes.
Okay, and there's a window on the side.
Correct.
Is that the only window in the room?
Yes.
Okay, we've already brought this up. We think you may have a fire safety egress issue here by building a building a foot away from that window, because that's what you're asking, right?
Correct.
So I don't think you can get that permitted. I don't know if anybody has
That's right, because you need one,
talked to you yet in the
one
building
window for
department.
exit, for emergency exiting.
Yeah, that's the bedroom's only exit in a fire to the outside. And so I don't know for sure that you can
Okay.
get this permitted. And I can't tell you what the required distance would be. I know what a window size has to be, so if it's gotta be at least that big, that wide, if it's, I'm just using round numbers, 3 feet, then I would assume they'd want you to be able to get 3 feet outside.
Okay.
So, and then my other questions, I think you did start to fill in the blanks for me. This is a very substantial structure, which is required for your insurance.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna be building a slab on grade, correct?
Correct.
It's a steel building. I saw in your plans, it's wind rated for 140 miles an hour. Okay? I guess, other than the bedroom window, is there another room behind that bedroom that has a window on that side?
The room.
That this structure would cover over? Now,
No.
because it almost goes to the
No.
back corner of the house.
Correct, but behind that is a master bath.
Okay.
And so, and then there's windows, for the master bedroom, there's windows that go out to the
To
backyard.
the back, right. Okay, so the only window might be in the bath, the master bath, and that's not an egress, fire egress
Correct.
window. So anyway, I'm not sure you're gonna be allowed to do this anyway.
Okay.
The way you've drawn it.
Okay.
But I would still beg the question that I haven't heard the hardship as to why you're not really attaching this to the house and making it a part of the house. You can still have this garage built very substantially attached to the house. You wouldn't be here for the front yard setback. You could even go closer to the street if you wanted to.
Okay.
Legally. You would have to reduce the side yard some, you know. I'm not saying the board wouldn't listen to the hardship of why it needed to be less than 7 feet, but I'm not quite understanding the logic of this in terms of the cost and making it, you know, it's a very substantial thing. It's not something you're temporarily building with the intent of tearing down someday, right?
Correct.
Okay. I totally understand collection of cars and whatnot. That's not me, but I know I have friends that do. And there are things that you have to do to protect those investments. So I'm just not quite understanding this concept, especially with the window issue in the bedroom. Now, maybe there's a way you can defeat that bedroom. In other words, if it's not a bedroom, maybe that window can even just go away completely. But then you talked about not wanting to decrease the value of your property, and when you take a bedroom away, that
Correct.
usually happens. So I'm just questioning this plan, this site plan, and I'm not quite there.
Joel, can I ask staff a question, please? If they decide to continue and check with their contractor and/or permitting, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to build, and then they decide to attach this garage to the house, can they still ask for the variance request for the setbacks that may be needed at a later date? Or would they have to renotice everything?
Let me see. Hang on, I want to look at mine for a second. Let me 1 second.
Let's see if Joel can give us a
Give me a second.
answer, John.
You know, if they do attach,
If they attach, the only setback variance would be the side yard.
correct,
yard.
correct. And they'd probably slide over a little bit, yes?
I'm just trying to give the option to the petitioners
I
to let them
appreciate
do a
that.
little bit more investigating if we continue this to our next meeting or the meeting after.
They're kind of saying, it's going to be hard to permit this, the way it's set up.
Okay, so if we had this actually, but we can't do a steel structure attached to.
Correct.
Well, sure you can. You
can?
can attach whatever you want to your home.
Okay,
Whatever material you want.
Okay.
It's, you know, I mean, it's got to meet the building codes. You know.
But you probably
And
What's the side yard setback if they attach it?
What, 7 feet?
7
They
feet.
would have to come in for a
So
variance
that's-
still. But it would be
so I would,
a little over.
I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just saying that if you ask for a variance today and push it back a meeting or two, a month or two, that you and your contractor, you and the permitting might be able to come up with a different option so that you don't have to refile, renotice, and do all those sorts of things. That decision is completely up to you.
So from, my name's Robert.
Please, give us your name, your address, and if you've been sworn.
Robert Radix, 3002 North Adams, and I've been sworn in.
Okay.
I've spoken to the contractor already, and he has all the permits to put up the structure. Just kind of looking at options here. On the east side, if we go to 0 on that side, it does increase the setback on the west side of the structure that we're putting up. Is that doable as far as the distance between?
Well, there's two issues. You gotta have 5 feet between structures, and that's for the spread of fire. You know, they can jump from house to house. Also, in the event that you have a window in a bedroom, that's the path for them to get out of the room between the buildings. But the setback from a side yard is for the same reason, because if your neighbor, I looked on the aerial, and currently your neighbor's not that close to the fence. But if the neighbor next door built a house, or let's say they built a detached structure 3 feet from their property line, well, now you've got two buildings 3 feet apart on separate properties, and if your building lights on fire, it can jump to their building. So the side yard setback is to separate buildings on separate properties, and the separation requirement is to separate buildings on your own property. But of course, if it's attached to your house, those requirements more or less go away for the separation, or they do go away, and then only the side yard is the concern. As you have it proposed now, I'm not inclined to support it because it's so close to your house for all the reasons we stated. And it also pushes way into your front yard, and it's a different material than your house, so they don't really go together. Now, you know, if you dropped it back to where that line that says 23 feet, maybe it's a different story, but just as it is now, I'm not even inclined to support it, and I'm not speaking for anybody else on the board. But if you guys are going to go back and look at it, there's a number of things to consider. Building material, of course, and the look, how far forward it is. Even with the primary, you could have it as far forward as you have it now, but then you have the width of the garage to make it functional for two-car width, which is about 18 feet, as you obviously know, and then the distance to the side yard property line, which I think you're going to want to get that as much as you can to be able to keep that separation. You know, if you took it down to 3 feet and you had an accessory structure on your neighbor's property, then they'd be 6 feet apart, and that meets the intent of having a 5-foot separation between structures.
Now, I'm not going to question the integrity of any contractor, but however, you have heard how many cases tonight where people said,
I have.
my contractor said they were going to.
Touche.
So, again, I offer you the option to take a continuance for a month or two. I think a few of the board members here are amenable to that option. You can explore your options and make sure that you have a firm grip on everything that's going on, and then come back to us.
Got it.
Okay. Can we take a continuance, please?
How long would you like that continuance for? We have March the 12th and
April the 9th.
April the 9th. Thank you.
March 12th.
March 12th?
Yes, please.
Would someone like to make a motion for a continuance?
I'll move to make a continuance for VRB 19-17, located at 3002 North Adams Street, for the reduction of setbacks for a revised site plan to be continued to March 12th.
March 12th.
2019.
Mr. Dingfeld, are you raising your hand a second?
Second question on the motion.
Okay.
I would just second what Mr. Pastor said in regard to, if you decide to come back with the same or similar structure freestanding by itself, I'd give serious consideration to dropping it back to that 23-foot line or something thereabouts. Just from an aesthetic perspective, I think no matter what you do, it's still going to be a metal shed, metal building, and I know those streets. You know, those are some pretty nice older homes in there and some newer homes, and so I think I'd give serious consideration to that, as well as the building permit, you know, life safety issues that have been discussed as well.
May I ask one more question?
Well, wait, I'd like to chime in on that. I think that if you determine that it's to your better interest to come up with a design that moves forward and doesn't encroach into the required minimum setback, if, you know, you demonstrate that you have the room and the tree that you're going to save and the way the driveway is going to work, and, you know, you're going to have to take into account for your own personal aesthetics the use of those materials, And it may not allow you to just take a prefabricated structure, like I think Mr. Dingfelder is kind of alluding to. You may have some other option that you can come back with that does allow you to pull forward. So I don't want you to think that this board wouldn't consider pulling forward as a part of your solution. You know, but until we see a site plan and hear what you have to say, we'll obviously have to reserve, you know, how we're gonna think. But I just, personally, I don't want to limit you to your solution, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
One last remark?
Just, if the property, if the building was maybe not 18 feet and maybe was narrower and allowed for that difference between the house that Mr. Prestero was talking about, would that be potentially, I know you can't answer and it's continuance, but just a thought process?
You just need to determine, is that going to function for you? 16 feet is not really a functional two-car width for garage unless you're just going to go too deep. The important thing for me will be, if it is detached, that it has the 5 feet between that and your house. That's the most important thing to me, especially if it's going to have vehicles in it with fuel.
We have a motion made for a continuance to March 12th for VRB 19-17, made by Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. Dingfelder. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? We'll see you on March 12th.
Thank you.
Ms. Chung. Now you got that song stuck in there.
So the decision, we're going
Yes.
to proceed with the variance as we're requesting today, and we'll handle the,
Deal with the shed another
deal with the
day.
shed another time.
Okay, then, just for the record, can you give us one more reason for the hardship?
The hardship is the fact that the house was originally built, that now does not comply with the current setback of 7 foot. And we're trying to maximize or minimize the impact it has on the land. So we're going up with most of this addition. And we don't want to come in anymore for structural reasons. We'd like to line it up with the existing walls of the house. And aesthetic reasons, we want to keep in the same flair of the existing architecture by setting it back and keeping it, keeping the existing home intact as far as the look on the outside.
Thank you. Any board members, any further questions for the petitioners? Without objection, I will close this public hearing and open up for a motion or or discussion. Mr. Dingfelder.
I'll move to approve it unless anybody has any issues.
I just want to say one thing to Mr. Mango. This is a phenomenal job.
Oh, thank
I
you.
think you've done a great job of presenting your ideas, the Chung's ideas, and I think Mr. Dingfelder is going to like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's about 3 or 4 blocks from my house, but it's nice that you're maintaining the small scale character. That's appreciated. Okay. I'll move that the variance request for case VRB 19-16 for property located at 2908 West Sitios be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing for, let's see, reduction of east yard setback from 7 feet to 3.6 feet to purposes to construct residential addition with an encroachment for eaves and gutters based upon the applicant presenting competent, substantial evidence in the record of the public hearing of an unnecessary hardship, practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 27-80 of the city code, specifically that you want to stick with the existing footprint of the existing 1-story house and basically just add on to the top of it and move to the back. Makes total sense. The existing house as it was built, who knows, 60, 70 80 years ago, encroached on the side yard. And that's, I think that's definitely enough hardship, so.
I second it.
Motion has been made by Mr. Dingfelder, seconded by Mr. Brown, to grant the variance request for VRB 1916. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Your variance request is granted, 6 with 1 absent.
We hope we don't see you again.
Yes.
Thank you.
No offense. Next case is VRB 19-18, located at 3101 West Prospect Road. Is that 3101 one half?
Don't know. I'm new to this. Let me see. Take a peek. Interesting, interesting. Interesting site plan here. I'm just looking over the plan here. Okay, applicant name is Paul Quinn Jr. Applicant is seeking to reduce the rear yard setback from 20 feet to 8 feet to construct a master bedroom and bath addition. Property zoned RS60, residential single family, was originally constructed in 1980. The applicant purchased the property on or about 2012. Right away states the applicant's project is consistent. However, there are encroachments into an existing utility easement, and the city has a sanitary sewer line within that easement. Let me show where this is located. This. This is over by Palmacia Golf Country Club, McDill Avenue, Prospect Road, right here. Golf course here. Picture of the front of the house. And this is your site plan. The front of the house, this is the 8 foot back here. This is looks like a detached structure over here, which appears to be slightly within that back easement, but it is existing. Pool enclosure, the main house. Just checking it over, see if there's anything else I see. That is it. I was trying to see if there was any attachments, but I don't see them. So that being said, the 8 foot would be good here for the rear.
Okay, please,
Any
Mr.
questions?
Brown.
Yeah, are they okay on this, the lot coverage, square footage?
DRC had no comments on that.
Okay.
Our natural resources didn't weigh in at all.
Okay.
Mr. Quinn.
Thanks.
My name is Paul Quinn. I reside at 3101 and a half West Prospect Road, and I have been sworn in. And you want to turn this way, or does it matter?
Towards you.
Yeah, north is always
Towards you.
Okay.
Like you're looking right there. There you go.
The reason I'm asking, well, I'm here to ask for a setback in the rear from 20 to 8 feet, simply because that's essentially the only land I have. I don't have anything up front or on the sides, and that's the only area that I can add a bedroom and master bath. And the reason I go back a little bit farther is because there's a structure here, it's a pool house that, and I guess per code you have to be 5 feet from eave to eave, so it kind of jogs in a little bit towards the back. And the house was built in 1976. So this isn't hardship, but I got engaged and she has 2 children, I have 2 children. So it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath currently, and it's 1,800 square feet. And there's just absolutely no room when they built the house, the closet space and everything like that.
Some of the kids gotta go, you know?
Well, that's I'm trying to do that. So that's the reason I'm here in front of the board asking for the approval.
Could you please address the hardship with respect to the property itself or the structures they're on? Is there a layout of the existing house that restricts and requires this variance?
Because I can't go on, the front, I couldn't obviously build on the front and the sides, to expand on the sides, there just wasn't enough room because of, the side setback. So this was the only place to build in the back. There's no other way to.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this variance request? Seeing none, board members, questions?
I'm going to ask council's question again. Do you have anything that is, do you have any graphic of the existing floor plan that you can share with us? Specifically that back of the house that you're attaching to? What is it? Is it family room? Is it kitchen? Is it bedrooms? Is it?
You mean this right here?
Nope. Talking about the actual house, the existing home.
Oh, so there's 2 bedrooms?
In the back.
In the back,
that
right?
you're attaching the master up against.
Correct.
And how do you get to the master?
So there's a hallway that goes, if you're going down the hallway, there's a bedroom to the right and to the left. So we're just gonna kind of essentially jog it a little bit, put a wall right here, and just extend the hallway all the way through towards the back.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, kind of, sort of.
Like, so here.
If you want to draw on there, feel free.
Yeah. So there's a bedroom here and a bedroom here, and the hallway is here. So I'm just going to really jog a little bit right, put another wall here to get to the master bedroom. That kind of answer it?
Yeah, no,
okay.
It does. It does. So those are 2 existing bedrooms.
Correct.
And where are their windows? Their outside windows.
So there's 2. There's a window here and a window here. Those would obviously be blocked, and there's a window here, here, and here. There's 2 windows on this side, and there's 1 window on this side.
Okay, and are you working with a designer at this point, or a contractor, or are you a contractor?
No, God, no.
Okay.
I'm not working with an architect or anybody yet. I want to see if, I can get this. I've interviewed a couple. They've come over and we've talked about, different ways to do it, and that seemed like.
Well, again, I mean, as you heard in a previous case, there are fire egress, window egress issues that would have to be addressed if you're removing the ones in the back that service that need. The ones on the side may not. So I don't know if you have that issue or not to deal with.
All 3 said it was.
It appears you got 28 feet across the back, so if that's all bedroom and you're just carving some square footage out of one of the bedrooms, it's going to obviously be a smaller bedroom, which may meet your needs.
They're all pretty small. It's 1,800. It's, there's not a true master in the house.
Right. But what we have to deal with is why the size of the master is needing to be the size it is that requires the reduction of the rear yard setback. And we can't just go on, I need more space. That's not a hardship.
The reason I had to if it went straight back here, without this existing structure there, I could probably go back, to here or so, but, because I understand what you're saying,
Yeah, I mean, but what is that existing frame structure? What is it?
It's a wood, it's a wooden frame. The house itself is mason.
Okay, but I think you called it a pool building.
Yeah,
this
one's a wood frame.
So that's
Correct.
a pool house?
Correct.
So what's in the pool house?
A bathroom and a small bedroom.
Where is the bathroom? What side of the pool house is it on?
Right here.
Okay. right, you got anything else to tell us about why the master bedroom is shaped the way, I mean, other than we
Just
get
'cause
the
of the-
5-foot part,
Yeah, I
that
mean,
we get. But
that's it. I mean, I don't see, the way that the lot is, I didn't see any different, how to go, I mean, to do it, really.
How big from the house, the existing house, to the rear of the proposed master, what is that dimension? Do you know?
You mean from here to here?
Yep.
22 or 23, I think.
23 feet?
Yeah, and
About how wide do you think it is? There, where you drew it, yeah, how wide is it across?
yeah,
there?
so just to have that. I think it's like 20 feet maybe across, because I was gonna put the bathroom here and the closet here, and they're gonna be both 10 by 10.
Okay. That's all I got.
Mr. Dingfeld, do you have a question?
Mr. Quinn, did you explore going up?
Yeah, I did. The cost was like double. I explored moving, and then looked at one price in the house, and that killed that. And I did have somebody come in, and the stairs from the front door, and it would have been double. is what
Double
he
the
told me.
price of
Because of
this
the
proposal.
Correct.
Okay.
They were looking at saying probably anywhere from 100 to 125, and going up was
Per square foot?
south of, or 125,000. Going up, the guy said it's well over 200.
And this structure in the back is you're thinking about cinder block as well, just to continue that? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it the same.
And so let's see, the golf course is to your side or to your rear?
It's to the side, so it would be to the west.
So who's to the rear and who's?
So, and I'm sorry, I have 3 letters. Everybody from the guy from, Truett Gardner to the left, to Steve in the back, and everybody on the side, they wrote letters, and I didn't put that in the package, but I can.
Yeah, you can submit it. So all 3 affected neighbors, or closest neighbors, no problem?
Yeah, they said it's fine.
Okay.
And the guy next to me is real estate attorney, so he looked at it a couple times.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta ask the obvious question, I guess. Is there any reason why you couldn't connect the proposed addition to the pool house, so you'd gain that 5 feet of separation that you're trying to maintain on this
You
site
mean
plan?
connect that?
Yeah, is there any reason why you wouldn't want to
Yeah,
connect it?
there's a good actually.
And then possibly pull the back of the master in your design, pull it back to increase that setback more? Is there any reason
So
why?
like connect it, you mean like just connect this?
Yeah, in
Yeah.
other words, if you filled in that space and then brought the entire rear setback back to, maybe you can get it back to 20 feet, now, that opens up another issue of the setback of the pool house. So I'm not trying to tell you that that's a better idea.
Right.
I'm asking the question, did you explore
No,
other
understood.
ideas?
I looked at that. I wanted to keep the pool house. My parents, they're literally a block away on Sunset Drive. They're both, they're 78 and 79 years old. They're in a 2-story house. They're having a lot of difficulty getting up and down the stairs now. And, God forbid something happens to one of them. The pool house I'm kind of leaving open for,
Okay, but there would be no covered connection to the pool, from the pool house to the main house. If they were to reside there, they'd have to go outside to get inside your house, right?
No, there's actually.
Is there a covered area that we're not seeing?
No, there's a door right here and a door right here.
Okay.
So you're talking about like access, like how they'd get in there? Like to have
Yeah,
to go through my house?
that's how they would come and go, but I'm
No,
saying if
they-
it were a torrential rain they would be stepping outside of the pool house into the rain, right? If you're maintaining this site plan with the building separation, or I guess a door towards the pool,
Yeah.
right?
I'd tell them not to come out.
Yeah.
Or get an umbrella.
Get an umbrella. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm done.
Any further questions for the applicant? Would you like a rebuttal time?
No, I think it was good. I do got a question. Why is there a half? My neighbor to the other side of me, J.H. Williams, he's got 3101, and I had 3101. And then when I came down and I talked to Joel, we looked it up, and then he put an A and a half on mine. Why would it be two? Was it one lot?
Joel, was it one lot at one time and then divided?
Yeah. It appears that way.
Mm-hmm.
It appears, I cannot confirm.
Right.
Oh, okay. I know you didn't.
Looking
You
at
just
the,
can't. Right.
looking at the other properties. Council?
Oh, I don't move.
Oh, no, it's just- Can I assist too? Because I didn't know about this is an enclosure here, pull screen. I didn't know you had to have a variance for that too. Are you allowed to, should you guys approve it, are you allowed to add that on, or do I have to go through the whole process?
Have to notice.
Okay.
Have to notice.
All right.
Board members, I just
Shouldn't
wanted.
have said anything.
I just wanted to point out, based on the discussion, that unless it's specifically conditioned, this could be a two-story addition. So, I just point that out for the record.
Thank you. All right. Were you planning on keeping this just a single story?
Yes,
addition?
absolutely, absolutely. Just seeing the folks and the stairs and stuff like that, and the cost of doing, I mean, I guess it is possible to do two stories. Would I be able to do it? No, financially I wouldn't be able to do it. And I wouldn't want a two-story home, with the stairs and whatnot, so.
Without any opposition, I'd like to close this public hearing. Open it up for a motion.
Do we want to address this question about the screen before we do that?
No, there wasn't notice for it.
I would just like to inform you that if you feel like you're going to need a variance for the screen, it would probably be to your financial benefit to continue this, renotice, and do that at the same time. Otherwise, you'll have to have a second variance, pay again, reapply, and all that stuff. If you think you're going to need
I'm not,
it.
it's really 2.5 feet, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not too worried about that.
Okay.
But thank you.
Without any opposition, I'd like to go ahead and close this public hearing and open it up for a motion or board discussion.
I think this is a case of too much on the lot. I don't think I'm gonna be able to support it the way it's drawn. Somebody can convince me of otherwise.
Any other discussion?
It's tough, Gary, because I agree with you, but I can think of numerous times that we've approved variances because people said my house is too small and I need more space. One time I remember it being in the front yard, which really, I voted against that. But I still hear you. I mean, it's a ton of stuff on this property. The hardship's doesn't appear to be by the size of the lot that's creating it. It's by the existing structures that are there, which is still legitimate hardship in some cases. So yeah, it's a tough situation. I mean, limit the ability to expand the house. At least this one's in the rear yard, which I like better, but.
See, here's, if I could, I'm wrestling with the same issue, and was listening very carefully for the hardship, to be enunciated. And the problem I'm having, and I'm looking at this one singular, right? This is this, not other cases, and I don't know which ones you're thinking of. But I'm having difficulty seeing the hardship as it's being enunciated, other than, well, there's a lot of other things on this property, and so this is the only place I can put it. I get that. The issue is, why do we put it there? And I can't afford to go up, or I don't want to move, is not really, it's not really that a consideration for hardships. And so as much as I want people, I've said this before, I want people to be able to do what they want to do on their property, there comes a line, there comes a limit when you say, there's too much on this property, and I don't want to say, do whatever you want, because you can't build into, there's setbacks for a reason, and we go into them, we cut into those when we have hardships that explain why we need to do that. Yeah. And that's where I have a real challenge on this one. It seems like everybody's okay with it, but there's just so much on this lot as it is, and I'm really having a lot of trouble with it. And at this stage, I'm leaning with Mr. Brown.
Mr. Dingfelder.
So I kind of pictured this, if this was a house, and we've seen a lot of them in West Tampa, and that addition had already been built and had been sitting there for 5-10 years or something like that. So then we'd be analyzing and say, well, you know, it's already there, and it's 5 feet off of the fence line, and you know, 5 or 6 feet off the back, and it's got proper separation distance, and 3 neighbors around it say they don't have a problem with it. We'd probably, I've seen us actually say, okay, we'll let it go. No harm, no foul. The other part of my thinking on this is, if we turn this down, basically the message we're saying is, you know, we don't want any little houses in South Tampa anymore. We just want you to go in and knock them down and build big houses, 3,000 square foot, you know, 2-story houses. And there's no place for little houses anymore, you know, because you can't expand them to meet the demands of his blended family. And you know, I know we're not supposed to think about necessarily the family size and those kind of issues, or the fact that he might be bringing his soon-to-be 80-year-old parents into the, you know, into the pool house. But I think those are the realities of life, and I don't know. I don't have any heartache or heartburn with this project, especially because he's got support from the neighbors, and nobody seems to have a problem with it, including, you know, one of the top land use attorneys around. And if he had if you know, if he's well aware of what the rules are and what the issues are, and he didn't have a problem, and he's immediately next door. So anyway.
To contrast that, whenever people do build these structures and we're looking at things that are already existing that are non-compliant, I think one of us virtually always says, if this was built new, would we approve this? Which is exactly the opposite of what you're saying. To flip that back to if this was already built is the complete opposite of the intent of this board. So I think that's an odd way to look at it.
And I would also vehemently disagree with the small house analogy. This is a small house. We're saying leave it as it is. Someone else will use it for the exact purpose that it is. We are not
at the price they have to pay for that lot.
Yeah. We are not chained to these houses. Human beings are not locked in. If our circumstances change, we have the ability to move. And I just see this as, I'm not comfortable with jamming it into this space.
Mr. DePapa?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you guys. I'm having a hard time seeing the true hardship on this one. I get it from and what he's saying in the family and all of those things, but I just don't see the hardship as it's defined.
We also have to remember that these variances ride with the property to the end of time.
Mr. Brown, you have something you would like to add?
Can I ask counsel a question at this point, or do I have to open up the legal counsel?
No, legal's fine.
Oh. If the board were to vote this down tonight, he can come back with a substantially revised site plan, correct?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, can you help us, maybe even help him understand while he's listening to us, what substantial would be in this case? And I'm gonna specifically say, if he were to come back and fill in the 5 feet that he's currently trying to maintain between structures, and reduce the rear yard setback, is there some amount of reduction, or would that just in the idea of doing that, would that be substantial?
There is no magical number or threshold for what would be a substantially different application. It is a determination by the zoning administrator that it is a substantially different application based on the totality of the variance that you were asking for, the concerns that the board presented at the public hearing. So if you came in with something that modified the variance you were seeking, changed the configuration, the zoning administrator could determine that that is a substantially different application and allow that to return to the variance review board. And sorry, just to note for the record so that everyone has the full procedural, that allows you to return to the variance review board and request a substantially different, but a variance along those same lines within 1 year. After 1 year, you can make any variance request, including the exact same variance request again.
He also has the option to appeal to city council.
Yes.
If you attach to the structure, that becomes part of the primary, and then your rear yard gets worse than what he's asking for right now.
That's, and we're in discussion, and that's true, but it kind of speaks to what Mr. Dinkfelder is getting at, which is some flexibility, and I'm not saying the board would agree. It may get voted, that idea may get totally voted down, but it might allow a different option, a better design for his own needs, specifically if it's an in-law suite. I don't have to tell you, you're the architect. Because my sense of this project is that it hasn't really been thought out real well yet. Maybe it has, but I didn't hear testimony that led me to that. I am listening to Mr. Dingfelder's concerns about, dealing with existing structures. I hear Mr. Feldman saying there's no, rule that says, you're allowed to just do this, and I am concerned about the overall footprint. This lot is not unique in the area that it's in, or even in the city. So, and the structures aren't unique. So just on that alone, which is where I started my discussion points, is why I can't deal with or approve the current site plan. I might listen to a totally different, not totally, substantially different site plan, and yes, it would bring in the conformity of the existing pool house setback as a primary setback. But I don't know, that's where I'm at.
Is that?
No, you're close.
Oh, I can't. Okay.
Hang on,
Anybody else got anything to say?
Mr. Dingfelder.
Yeah, I'm gonna just, looking down and counting heads, I'm gonna suggest that you might wanna continue this, and explore options, perhaps talk to an architect and other professionals to see what your options are.
Okay.
So if you're amenable to a continuance, you could tell us by nodding, and I'll make that motion. Okay. So I'll move to continue this case till March, what is it, 12th? March 12th, to allow the applicant to explore other options.
I'll second that.
There's a motion made by Mr. Dingfelder, seconded by Mr. Brown, to continue this case of VRB 19-18 till March 12th. All in favor, say, to open the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
What are you saying?
I'm saying we have to open the public hearing to get the request from the petitioner for a continuance before we go into voting for a continuance.
We just opened it.
Okay, we just opened it.
You want to?
Are you asking for a continuance?
Yes,
Till March 12th?
correct.
I will entertain a motion for
So
that
moved.
continuance. There is a motion made by Mr. Dingfelder, seconded by Mr. DePapa, to continue this until March 12th. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? We are continuing your case until March 12th. We'll see you here.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is VRB 19-19, located at 3112 West Oak Eller Avenue.
Sure.
She said we were getting out early. It is early.
Yes, it is.
For 14 cases, it's early.
Going to be out of here an hour early.
It is early.
What do you mean, you? What do you mean, you?
Everybody's picking on me today.
What do you mean, you?
First, it's the meeting you and First, it's the
Joel, please.
VCR,
Hi,
now this.
applicant name, Annie Ellis. I don't have the agenda in front of me. Okay, the applicant is seeking to reduce the rear yard setback from 5 feet to 0 feet, the side yard from 5 feet to 0 feet to construct a pool cage. Property is zoned RS50, residential single family, was built on about 2007. Applicant purchased the vacant lot in 2006. Property is currently under review for residential pool enclosure. DRC had no comments on this project. Again, we're over South Tampa area, South McDill over here, Oak Eller right here. Subject property, mostly RS50 through here. That's the subject property. There's the house. That and our site plan. A little bigger. So this is the front of the property up in here. This is where the pool enclosure is going. Staff assumes it's going to be a one-story, 16-foot tall at this point, unless we hear otherwise.
No, not 16.
Oh.
Sorry. We were talking among ourselves.
Okay. Staff, if you have questions.
Any questions for staff? Ladies, thank you for staying here this long. The podium is yours.
I'm Pamela Jo Hatley, 14517 North 18th Street, Tampa 33613. And Annie Ellis. Give your address, please.
Annie Ellis, 1612 South Arowana Avenue, Tampa, Florida 33629.
And Annie Ellis is the owner's agent. I'm the owner's attorney. The owner's out of town. Before I get into the hardships, I'd like to show some pictures. First of all, this is the backyard of the subject property, and this is looking at the property to the south. And as you can see, the property to the south has a screen enclosure that is actually mounted on top of the wall that's at the property line. So that screen enclosure has a 0 setback. And then this is a photograph looking at the property to the west. And the property to the west also has a screen enclosure that sits on top of the wall on the boundary line. So the property is on the subject property on the south of its backyard and on the east of its backyard has screen enclosures all the way to the property line. There's another photograph that just shows the corner from the west property to the south property, how they join. And then finally a photograph from the west looking to the south and to the east. So the only side of the backyard that doesn't have a screen enclosure all the way up to the property line is on the east side. And by the way, that property owner on the east side gave a comment that, directly to the property owner, that he approved of the variance. So to get to the hardship criteria, the first one, this is a unique and singular situation with respect to this property because the size of the lot is small, and the adjacent lots to the south and to the west have patio screen enclosures built all the way to the property line. So it has on three sides, two sides, screen enclosures all the way up to the property line. If this property owner was required to put her screen enclosure set back, then it would actually create unusable space and inaccessible space, and also sort of a tunnel effect around the screen enclosures next to that wall and next to those screen enclosures that come up to the property line. It's not a self-created hardship. This is criteria number 2. Because of the small lot size, the property owner didn't create that, and didn't also create the adjacent properties that have their screen enclosures all the way up to the property line. And then criteria number 3, this won't injure the health, safety, or welfare of any adjacent properties because the screen structure is permeable to light, air, and rain. It'll have no impact on the health, safety, or welfare of property owners next door or their properties any more than it would have if it were set back. If the variance is granted, criteria number 4, it would be in harmony with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And specifically, the variance would create a property design that is compatible with surrounding character, especially the 2 adjacent properties. It would be in character with other uses in the community. So it's consistent with Land Use Objective 9.3, compatible development and redevelopment to sustain stable neighborhoods and ensure the social and economic health of the city. Land Use Policy 9.5.1, protected low-density single-family areas that provide opportunities for homeownership and are attracted to households with children and other residents, and also that provide privacy and open space to the residents. Land Use Policy 9.5.2, the character of single-family areas that include the use, development, and density characteristics are consistent in this community. And finally, Land Use Policy 9.5.4, it maintains the current density and character of the single-family areas and the adjacent uses. And the final criteria speaks to substantial justice being done. If this variance is granted, then the homeowner would enjoy the same consideration that neighboring properties do. She would be able to enjoy the same use of her backyard as her adjacent neighbors do. And if the variance is not granted, then she would have unusable, inaccessible space in her backyard, and also this tunnel effect around her screen enclosure that her neighbors don't have to deal with. There would be less space to walk around the pool if the variance is not granted, and that creates actually potential safety and maintenance issues for her. And to illustrate that, I'd like to show you a photograph of the way it was with her old pool enclosure or screen enclosure that was set back. So as you can see in this photograph, these are the properties to the south and to the west that have their screen enclosures all the way up and actually mounted on the wall. Hers is set back, and so she has this property behind it that is just unusable. And around the pool, there's little space. You can't even have space to put chairs around the pool on the east and west sides. And then when it comes to the back of the pool, the only way to walk around the pool, to access it or to maintain it, was to walk over this structure. So it really creates a sort of safety problem for the use of the pool in the backyard by having her screen enclosure set back. One final photograph, because I wanted you to see sort of a close-up. This is the property to the south, and that shows how the screen enclosure is set up like that on the wall. So this one will be mounted on the wall like the other two are, and then on the other side where that wooden fence is, it'll be set up just, the normal way, all the way to the ground. So that's all my presentation, and if you have any questions for us, and the designer is here too.
That'd be me.
That would be Annie.
I don't see anybody else in the audience. Board members, do you have any questions? Mr. Dingfelder?
Oh, yes, nobody's, that's right. Nobody to speak to it.
Yes, ma'am. A couple of questions. Whose wall is it? It's question number one. Question number two is, what happened to that cage? It didn't look like it was, in bad shape or anything like that. Did it fall down or what?
Well, I can tell you that the cage was ripped and was going to have to be replaced, and she didn't want it that size anymore. It was all ripped up because of the greenery behind it. Anytime the wind would hit it, it would rip it. And so all the foliage was removed.
So the pictures we saw, it looked like the whole structure was taken down.
Yeah, the structure's down.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And
We wanted to put the structure. Mary Kay thought that because everybody else had it, that was the law. And so then we asked the cage company to build it, a very reputable company, and they submitted the plan and were told that it had to have the setbacks. They were just rolling on what the owner had requested. And so then we found that out, and then this is all has happened.
so my other question was, whose wall is that?
Which wall?
The
back wall?
The big back.
Well, and
both
I want to add, well, it's the back neighbor, but they were lovely. And I want to tell you why, is because their whole wall was falling down, and Mary Kay repaired it. So I went over to the other street and let them know that their fence was torn up. We have pictures of it.
I guess my question is related to, if it's their wall and she's going to put her.
Right, they know it.
So they're going.
Yeah, everybody's aware of it. Everybody's aware of it around us.
So she's going to exceed.
Around her.
Exceed the property line.
No, it's on.
No, be right on the property line. And to add, just to make sure everything was on the up and up, I had a survey team come in and mark the edges again to make sure.
Mr. Philman?
Who built the pool?
I have no idea.
Was there when she bought the house?
She built the house.
So
Yeah.
she built the house, she built the pool.
Right, the builder built it, and at that time, she didn't know that there was an option.
Well, I'm not saying she built it with her own hands.
No,
but
she was in line with the builder.
When was the house built?
I think it was in the,
I'll tell you just a second. Just a second.
was it the 70s? Oh, 2007.
Okay. Were the other, the neighbors with their pool cages, were those in existence at the time she built hers?
Well, from what I understand, the person that owned the house behind her had a PD and he was the builder that built her house. And he had a PD to change that. The lot is odd. Hers is a little bit smaller than the one behind her. It's a little bit wonky in there. Can you see that on, do we have a plan? Yeah, this. No, this. Yeah, here. So this right here. Okay, so right here, you can see, this is, it's not a great accuracy, but this is hers, and you can see how this one behind it is a little bit wider. Okay, so hers is a little bit narrower. Now, this house back here has a pool cage, and that's the one that had the PD. Mm-hmm. This one over here has the pool cage, and this is the one that got a variance to get that. Mm-hmm. And then there's...
Do you know when that variance was given?
I really don't.
Joe, do you know?
They just...
Okay.
We know it's a PD, though.
Wait, both of them were PDs?
I think the PD is behind it, and then the variance was to the side, from what I understand.
The PDs run back to back,
Do
right
they?
next, yeah, onto the
Okay.
west.
So they were both billed as PDs?
This is a subject property here. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you able to see this?
Mm-hmm.
This is a subject property, so the PD is next.
And so the one behind it
It's not.
is the one that has a pool cage as well.
Joel, do you know when that variance was given?
I'm
sorry.
I was under the impression that the PD was behind, but again, I don't know.
Okay, it's to the side.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, the answer to the question on the two walls, the back wall and the side wall,
Right.
they're both owned by the neighbors.
Right.
They both have their own enclosure sitting on top
Right.
of their own walls.
Right.
You're asking for a 0 setback. Would you be attaching your wall screen? How would you attach, let me back up. You're not allowed to attach to their wall unless you have their permission.
Right. Well, they are
So-
aware of it.
Well, but I'm just saying,
Okay.
you would, we're not giving you a minus
No,
setback.
right, no.
So if you go to your property line, there's gonna be, I'm assuming, a space between the new enclosure and the existing walls. So that's not what you're thinking, is it? Okay, so I don't know how you're gonna build it. We just have to deal with the setback.
Right.
But in my mind, I don't understand how a 0 could even work.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the other side was an existing wood fence,
Mhm.
which we heard testimony, is that fence on the applicant's property or the neighbor's property?
In fact, those fences are encroaching onto Mary Kay's property.
Okay, so
in fact,
the wooden fence is not where it's supposed to be, it's on her property, no?
yes, it's on her
It's on
property.
her property,
As well as the other two.
they're on her property?
A little bit.
Okay, well, that's a whole different issue for you.
I just had them marked,
Okay, well, I mean, that's good to know for us,
Right,
because
right.
we're trying to determine if we
Right.
should do this or not.
Right.
Okay, I think those are my questions.
Sure.
I'm done.
Okay. For the record, this will be a one-story
Yes.
pool cage.
Yes. Under 14 feet maximum. I talked to the pool company today. I mean, the
Single story,
screen.
for the record.
I'm sorry?
Single story for the record.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Let's close the public hearing, open it up for, I'm sorry, do you have any rebuttal?
Not unless you have any questions. I can't think of any. I did want to say that when you do have to go here, the pool cage was, you can see, right to the edge of it. And you had to actually walk over this, and it was only that wide. It was kind of scary to walk over it. And then the other side was not much bigger on the other side over here. So I just wanted you to know that.
All right, well, this does prompt another question. If we were to give you this 0 variance and you
Yes.
were to build your enclosure up against your neighbor's enclosure, how is anybody gonna be able to maintain their screen?
I looked at that. I got a ladder, and I looked at how the other ones butted up against each other. And there was barely a handful of leaves up there, barely. And it didn't seem like there was any problem at all. The only thing I can see is that if you were going to have to replace the screening, because I know the back neighbors need to fix their screens. And so I was looking at that, and I was thinking, well, you would take it out, and then you would replace it in, and that's the way you would do it.
Well, it would both, the neighbors and your screen would have to be able to be only accessed from their own
Correct.
property.
That is correct.
You couldn't come around to the neighbor's property to work on it.
That is
So
correct.
These are the reasons why we have setbacks.
Right. But that is happening on the other side. They are right next to each other. They're butted
You don't have
up.
a picture of that, do you?
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah, we
curious.
just showed it.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, right up here.
Let VRB approve that.
Right up here. Right up here, they butt up against each other. And when I got a ladder and I looked up here, and there was just like a handful of leaves. Because I was thinking there was going to be a lot more leaves up there. I really did. Because somebody brought it up to me about that how they remove the leaves. And they must blow it.
You can blow it from the inside.
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right. Any other questions? Without objection, I'd like to close this public hearing, open it up for discussion or motion.
I saw, Mr. Chairman, I saw there was an objection letter from a gentleman on Kenwood, 3905 South Kenwood, but I didn't see where that's
Anywhere
nearby. Yeah,
Neither is the North Boulevard address.
well, the North Boulevard, I think that's the city
Oh, I'm
address.
sorry, that's there.
Yeah, but the South Kenwood didn't make any sense to me in terms of being an immediately affected neighbor. Did y'all get a copy of this?
He just showed it to us,
Okay,
and it wasn't out.
I mean, I know Kenwood is in, 10 blocks away.
It's
maybe.
not on the notice list.
It's not on the notice list. It was a random drive-by.
All right, are we in,
Stretching.
are we still in public hearing, or did we close out of that?
We closed.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion?
I'm not comfortable approving screen against screen. But the problem with this is, it's like the last guy in gets the short end of this stick. I've seen, maybe on this board, I don't recall, but I mean, not that we can rely on other cases, but typically when you see screen enclosures on top of walls, they're like rear walls on right-of-ways. They're not zero lot line to zero lot line situations. So I don't know how I could approve this, just because it doesn't allow for any setback or any convenience of maintenance, repair. Granted, the applicant might be willing to take that on, but it doesn't seem like the right thing to do. I'm inclined to allowing it to happen on, a side, depending on the circumstances and the hardships, but to do it on all three sides just because the neighbors got theirs, it kind of speaks to the fact that this would become, or it is unique that the neighbors have done it, but it's not a unique lot situation. And I don't really understand how those got approved, the way they got approved, what the rationale would have been, other than they didn't care about the next door neighbor. And, yes, we do hear a lot that neighbors don't complain, so therefore it's okay to do it. So I'd be inclined not to support it, but I don't have an idea of how to get it done other than making it back the way it was.
Mr. Pastor?
I generally would agree with you completely on this, as I usually oppose zero lot line screens. However, and that's actually how I was originally approaching this, but the thing that turned me was that, like 2 minutes ago, was that the PD is a city-approved allowable thing. The variance was also a city-approved allowable thing. And so now we've created a situation for substantial justice not being served for this other neighbor who's trying to do it the right way. So I talked my own self out of it because, it's not justice for this one neighbor that has now been boxed in with legal screens towering over her backyard, which is crazy. And to complete the square and have a square of screens is even more crazy. But it will be consistent with that little block of houses in its own crazy way. And the next crazy one that we get, when it's the first of the four, we'll say no. But in this case, it's the fourth of four, and it's a whole different scenario. So I talked myself into it.
You talked me into it.
I just would like to see how it's going to be constructed. Whether it's going to be attached to the wall, whether they're going to put in a footer and attach the aluminum to that. I would have liked to have seen how that's going to happen.
Just assume that aerial view will look, you just fill in the last piece.
Yeah.
However they do it, they'll work out with the city.
That's what I was gonna say, is they're gonna need to get permitting for it, and
Yeah.
the city's gonna have to figure out how it's gonna work, so.
Well, and the screen enclosure contractor is gonna have to figure out how that screen can be repaired when it gets ripped. They're gonna have to do it from the inside.
How much money is going to cost?
Yeah, it's all gotta be accessed from the inside and painting of the wall. How does the neighbor paint their walls? Or how, if they're given permission to paint the wall. They gotta take screen down and paint the wall. The screen's on top of the wall. Well, okay, but
They have to come onto her property anyway.
Well, again,
Come on, it's late.
This is not a worthy discussion.
But I mean, if the wall is on their property, they can legally attach to it.
All right.
But if it's not,
Just to
Oh,
prove,
wait, hold on.
just to prove that I was here.
oh, see, we're gonna wait him out.
Since I usually carry the load for all of you slackers. I move that the variance request for case VRB 1919 for the property located at 3112 West Oak Eller Avenue be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing for a reduction in the rear and side yard from 5 feet to 0 feet with encroachment for eaves and gutters based on the applicant presenting competent substantial evidence in the record at this public hearing of a necessary hardship or practical difficulty when considering the 5 hardship criteria set forth in section 2780 of the city code, specifically that the city has allowed the neighbors to create a situation where substantial justice cannot be served by denying this request, and that the hardship is created by a small lot wedged between larger lots that have the allowance to do the same thing they're requesting.
Second. We have a motion that has been most admirably made by Mr. Pastor, seconded by Mr. Dingfelder, to grant the variance for VRB 1919. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Your variance has been granted
Thank you.
5 to 1 with 1 being out. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is there any other business that needs to be
Is it
brought
too late to
before
put those
the
pictures in the record, or should I worry about it?
review board before we go into?
Okay, I forgot to ask.
Mr. Dingfelder, I'd asked for a couple of minutes after we had closed.
I'd like to point out that we had 14 cases, we had 13 case, will always be under 13, did not pan out. I am adamantly against going over 13.
Then vote no next time.
Vote no. I did.
But
we did it against.
But we didn't.
It's not a unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies, for staying so late. Are we off the record now?